made it. It's been a long weekend, but it all comes down to this. 2 more series, 1 more day. It's here, the Samsung SSD Dreamhack Fall Open. Shout out NECC, College Val Hub. I'm Beautiful Crow. I got Vincent with me. We've had a wonderful weekend of collegiate action, and it all comes down to the last 2 series today.
Yeah, we got 3 teams left in contention after we made our way through the upper bracket finals yesterday. It's Fisher Navy waiting in the wings for this lower finals to occur. While we're talking about yesterday, let's real quick go over what we've seen, what happened in some of these series. SJSU, their run of incredible form, unfortunately put to an end, maybe for only the time being, up against Fisher in that upper bracket final. We say goodbye to Northwood. Huge surprise for a lot of people. Mizzou, Fisher White as well, all gone, leaving us with Blinn, SJSU, and of course, Fisher Navy already booking their ticket into the Grands.
You know, I mean, hey, at least the Fisher Civil War was, put on hold for now. A lot of people coming in this, like, you're thinking maybe Northwood see him in the grand finals, or it would be the Fisher rematch, right? Not the case here going into today. SJSU Blue, the Spartans, the San Jose babies, coming all the way through, potentially looking for that rematch against Fisher Navy that ended yesterday. Was so close. Triple overtime, I believe.
Yeah, 16-14 back on Bind. It was back and forth all the way through those overtimes, but I mean, SJSU, they hadn't even make a comeback to get there. I think that they're absolutely ready to have that rematch, but they have to make their way through Blinn first.
Yeah, they got to get through Blinn first, and this is very interesting because even though they occupy a lot of the same spaces, they have never met before.
Yeah, I don't think these 2 squads have actually played each other. SJSU, a couple of years ago, they were really at the top, but that was before Blinn's program really got going. Now they're in separate areas, the South CVAL side for Blinn, and then the West side for SJSU. They didn't play in CVAL champs last year because SJSU didn't make their way through.
Right.
Because of demigods. There's just a lot of things, being on the West Coast, the SJSU isn't necessarily meeting them in qualifiers or anything like that. And so the fact is that I can't find a single time that Blinn and SJSU have played, which makes this so exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do have the maps ready to go. If we can grab that slide on screen, we can take a look at where we would be heading on the field of battle for this first game, the lower finals.
Yeah, and just to break things down immediately, SJSU never wanting to play Haven up against this Blinn squad. That's totally reasonable. And Lotus is a strong map for this SJSU team as well. That's why we see those banned away first. Sunset, I think, is a great punish pick for the Blinn. They have played a little bit of this map. They've looked good on it. And, well, unfortunately, I only could find 1 game played. That was in the qualifier for this event and up against Oklahoma, not a particularly notable team for SJSU. So don't know what their preparation looks like. And to 0 people's surprise, nobody is at all surprised about SJSU picking Vine. Yes, they lost it to Fisher Navy, but that is their bread and butter map. They know that they're good on this map, and so that's where they have to go. There's a big problem, though, a huge problem. It's massive, and that is that Blinn are a very strong Bind team as well.
Absolutely.
86% win rate for Blinn on Bind over these last couple of months throughout the semester. That's why I'm terrified for the San Jose State side.
Yeah, when I saw that pop up, I'm like, oh, wow. All right, I understand that's your comfort pick, but unfortunately for you, your opponents are a lot more comfortable on this pick as well. So it's going to come down to just straight raw mechanical skill and willpower to push the Spartans through to even, have that foothold, have that starting gusto. This is a best of 3. There are no best of 5s going through here. So they have to make every single round count.
Indeed. And, leaving Ascent as our decider, I'll be honest, I think this is a middle ground map for both teams. That's what you expect from a decider as well. But for me, here's the storyline. SJSU have to get there.
Yes.
And they've been coming into almost every series they played this weekend as underdogs, and I think that's fair. This is even more so with this map pool, with Bind being such a strong map for the likes of Blinn. SJSU in trouble from the beginning, unless they can pull out something crazy on Sunset, which To be fair, I would love if SJSU just like have a secret sunset in their back pocket.
That would be so good. That would be so good for them. I mean, it's not really, like I said, have not seen that from them. But Blinn on Sunset, what's that record looking like right now?
I mean, they're looking pretty good. Like Blinn have played, 11 sunsets.
11, yeah.
By the look of things, and that includes tier 2, tier 3 tournaments as well, where they've had some success. 70% win rate overall. I think that this is a map that they have comfortability on, and they've already played it twice in this event. Where we saw that 13-1 domination up against Mizzou. That wasn't even a real game.
Sure
and
did.
They served up a not quite as dominant 13-8 scoreline against Fisher White in order to knock them down in the lower round 2. So with Blinn looking so good on Sunset, I think the key is bind. SJSU, unless they, like I said, have a back pocket Sunset in their repertoire, bind is where SJSU, my expectations come from, because they had some struggles yesterday, but up against arguably, I would make the argument that with the rosters the way they are, that Fisher Navy and Blinn are the top teams in this event.
Right, and when you're looking at it player by player, now this is a really interesting thing, right? You're looking at it player by player. The duelists on the side of SJSU, right? Look at it, the performance that Cade, 3K, that Con were putting in.
Yeah.
Comparing those to the side of Blinn, how are they going to shut down Spaz? How are they going to deal with Vogue? Like, they're similar in how aggressive they like to play and how duelists can take over their games and make these victories so achievable. But how are SJSU going to be able to handle that kind of pressure going into these maps?
The answer is that they do need their duelists to be playing lights out. I mean, we talk of Cade and Con, but I think the reality, the win condition here for SJSU is that they need 2 out of these 3. They need Cade, Con, and Kahim.
Yes.
2 of those 3 guys need to be playing, where they're getting, I'm going to say a number, but it's just a generalization. Like they need to be getting 20, 22 plus kills in order to be really competitive. And that's been what the case is for all of the games that SJSU has been playing. When 2 of those 3 guys are stepping up, that's where they're finding their most success. And that's no disrespect to Yuri and John Hamm, but when you have to rely on a Yuri to be like the it factor, sometimes that's going to work out. A lot of times that means that there's some struggles happening in that duelist camp, and that's their play style, double duelist. That's what they like to go for. We've talked about the Reyna type of picks that continue to come through for SJSU. And indeed, it is Spaz that they have to deal with. He's the highest rated player at this event.
God.
1.35 rating over the whole event.
God.
Not only that, but he's also got the highest clutch rate as well. Almost 40% of the clutches that Spaz is in, he's winning.
Yeah, and that's something to harken back to, because yesterday, in the losses that they got, especially thinking about Breeze, how often was Yuri the last one standing for the squad, trying to go for these flanks, trying to go for these plays to catch the opponent off guard, was not happening. That cannot happen here at all. We're talking about the clutches that need to, come through. We need Con to put on that performance that he put on Bind yesterday, even though they didn't win that map.
Yeah.
He put up so much work. The amount of kills, multi-kills he was getting each round that allowed SJSU to even get to the overtime point. Because remember, they were down.
Yeah.
They had to bring it back to get to that point. He has to do that from the get-go here.
Yeah.
And that's a tall order to ask of him.
So the question is, the duelist, that double duelist being selected, as we just looked at in the agent select, a standard composition that Blinn put together there as well by the look of things. Gonna take one more peek as we jump into the game. Of course, Fade, as we talked about, critical part of this map. I feel like this is one of the only maps that Fade is selected almost all the time these days. Can certainly make that selection on other maps, but it's not a must pick in the same way.
Okay, here we are getting into it. Game number 1 of the lower finals here. Podium finish for all teams involved today, but we're trying to find that order. Who takes bronze, who takes silver, and who takes gold. It's Blinn, SJSU blue, We're also the race on this pistol. Monty's found 3. Will be a trade 1-for-1. Vog backs him up. Spaz is there to clean it up as well. SJSU down to 2. John Hamm onto the A site, sneaking away. Gonna get that plan.
An incredible fault line to set up that initial frag. It was a little unfortunate that they only got the one out of that, but the trades came in so swiftly and quick rotations from Blinn as they approach back towards the A site, and we'll see how they set this up. Flashpoint set and going. We'll clear out generator and find nobody home, at least initially. Vog will connect, and this leaves Yuri in that 1v4, those clutches that often he was put in yesterday. Not even really his fault. His role in this team is often to be in position, holding other areas of the map, but he hasn't been able to find the success in the, 1v4s. How could he?
Right. I mean, it's like I said, very tall ask of this SJSU blue lineup. Off the rip, though, I mean, that chaotic, that immediate meeting of the teams, the trades going down 1 for 3, not so great. The rest of the team having to break off. They have to pick it up. It's a lost pistol. It's okay. They can recoup, keep going. Opting to save for this round. A few sheriffs in the pocket, but the dogs are out for Blinn. So rocking 3 Bulldogs to go into this next round.
And I think there's a really valid question here. What do SJSU lose by their play style? That aggressive double duelist putting a lot of pressure on their individuals because that works so effectively for them in so many situations. But when you're up against a team like Blinn that is so incredibly strong by default, losing out on the likes of a Breach, for example, that's what the mirror matchup would be, is huge.
Oh, wow, what a flame by Okeanos, but he will fall. Body shopping literally all at the same time, pushing it down to a 2v2 here. Khan looking to wrap around. He and Kahim pushing back again towards A, wide open. The rotate from Blinn is apparent. They will be on their way. But what kind of defense can SJSU set up before the defending team of Blinn try to get this retake in?
They've already done well to get into a post plant in 2-on-2. We just talked about Spaz, and he's got a wingman in this case as well. No solo antics required just yet. Dark cover to entirely cut off the backhaul. Kahim on the other side of this dark cover.
Listen.
And Vog tapping on the spike is going to find the shot, and Spaz has gone now asked to clutch. Second dark cover going down. He's not quite able to connect the shot. The first man goes down, and Khan will do it. He's got them both. They didn't even buy. This wasn't a force. This was just an eco win.
Okay, Khan, that is stepping up when you need to most. Getting that clutch factor starting early. A bulldog for his trouble, so he's happy there. You're right, that was a save round for the Spartans. They went in that with just pistols. Those 2 sheriffs made it work. Kahim dropped the ball a little bit, but the recovery by Khan is just so good. Setting them up for an amount of success.
We just talked win conditions. Need to see someone like Khan amongst the biggest fraggers on the server. And SJSU already putting that into perspective. Spaz.
Oh, wow.
Well, getting hit as well.
Oh, wow.
But he's still fighting his way out. How does he get away with that? The first kill is his. And even the K down to 1 HP, he finds the successful shot.
Absolutely insane. Steady hand, steady aim. Gonna make it work. Now Muncie holding this angle as well. Gets a little bit of a peek, but will immediately run out. John Hamm, we always talk about how he has that big brain that plays, helping around the map whenever he's needed. Multiple times yesterday was the hero of a round. Need that to come to fruition here as once again, A site looks to be the plan of attack for the Spartans. Will be met with some aggression. Khan wants to drop the spike. He wants to go aggressive. He wants to push forward. On to 2. Gets a peek. Gets 1. Drops 2. Switching around. Watches his friends fall in front of him. Now it's a 2v3. Up to Khan. Up to Yuri. How does it go? It goes great. Drops 1 down, but Spaz with the sheriff shining his badge. Puts it in a 1v2. Yuri has to clutch this up. Cage goes down. That's 1.
Cage triggered.
Lots of blind. Drops 1 on top of it. Stacking that vision denial. Cypher on Cypher violence. Coming down to this, there's not a lot of time to defuse. Have to make a decision here.
Yuri's patient play. Exactly what you want to see. Vog just going to stand tall, hold the defuse, at least get the half, but Yuri lines him up to the cage. And SJSU survived once again. Spaz nearly making that a winnable round. Well, it was a winnable round. Let's not pretend. But the Buccaneers down by 1.
Twice now that's happened. Twice now for the Spartans. They have gotten their wins off of shooting blind on a diffuser. Honestly, that's just dumb luck in the greatest way possible. And they're going to need a lot more of it.
Well, I mean, that's when you're making note of the of where the spike is planted when it goes down, and then hoping your teammates who are dead giving you a ping, showing you
it's the biggest game of whack-a-mole
where that's located if you are struggling.
Yeah, Spartans managing to make it work twice now. They maybe want to hope they don't have to do that for every round they win on this attacking side. Looking for some more definitive answers, some more definitive concrete rounds. So now it has to start here.
Wins are wins, though. They'll take them how they get them.
Absolutely.
Especially in a map like this where we just discussed how much Blinn are the favorites. Not only just in general, but in this map particularly. Little Monty. Mid control, a little bit. Fighting for that as John Hamm goes down. The adjustment from SJSU as they approach the A site once more.
Okeanos going to get a lot of info off of that. Khan lets the showstopper rip, but Teague just barely survives through the box, so gets shut down. Cade with a great one. Been a little quiet so far this game. You see him start getting more frags on this Reyna. A side is all in control, all locked down for the Spartans. Spike plant man advantage. We saw some incredible 2v4s this weekend, but I don't think it's going to start right now. So 1v3, up to Vog, gets 2, drops it down to a 1v2, 7 HP.
I mean, said not sure about those 2v4s, but real possibility the shots connect. He's out of bullets, and Vog will fall. Once again, SJSU cutting it down to the clutch, to the 1v1, but standing strong.
There is a real world possibility in this infinite multiverse where had Vog not had to reload, that was a spray transfer over.
Absolutely.
The Spartans, all the 3 rounds they have won right now, they have those 3 wins, but man, they are just barely scraping by. Skin of their teeth doesn't even begin to describe how close it is for each of these rounds. I talked about it last round. They need to start getting these more definitive wins. Yes, a win is a win, but when they're shaky, that gives your opponent, the onus to say, don't worry, we can turn this around real easy. All it takes is 1 round.
Yeah, it makes your economy not so strong. You can't withstand any, even close rounds. You're always going to be somewhat limited. Now, that said, they keep winning like they have been. No issue whatsoever. But again, losing the opening engagement, SJSU, it's not been something they've struggled with, but they're fighting from the deficit often enough, and it's been effective. Lightfall straight in, Prowler dispatched to Spaz, tries to take the fight out in the open, is dealing with 2 men at the same time. The showstopper connects, and Okeanos survives. How's he left to stay alive?
Okay, Kahim has to hold us down, dodges 2 flashes, staying in. Vog is low, he sees him. Will have to be forced out of the corner. Spike is dropped. 1v3. They've been cutting it close before. Will not be able to happen for them this time. A thrifty for Blinn when they definitely needed it.
Blinn have been close 3 times or 2 times now on those thrifties, and they finally push it over the line. It's those Sheriffs that have been so incredibly dominant. Now, apply that to both sides. That's true for SJSU as well, but you can't be safe on this map at the moment.
Yeah.
No one is safe in an eco round.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it's just so scary. I mean, we did see the Spartans on their save round earlier. Literally just pistols, only handguns. Take a round off of Blinn. They're going to have to do a similar fashion here. But if Blinn have been catching on to their game plans and their rhythms, like I have stated, it's going to be real difficult as Okeanos. Oh no. Op in hand, going to shut down 2. Neural Theft's going to give a lot of information to where they are. They're trying to mop them up and clean them up, but 2 are great answered back by the Spartans. Not going to finish it off. Oh, wow. Tries to take him out of the sky. Not going to happen. But the repeat is good. The repeat is great. Just needs 1 more to finish it off.
SJSU, this a round that they had barely invested into. Classics and sheriffs at best. Another frag would be nice to have, but Yuri, phantom in hand, patient as ever, is going to be prepared for Okeanos, who continues to open those free swings and finds the success of doing so. Operator getting activated.
Now I said we need those duelists from SJSU Blue to really clutch up, start making that march forward. Khan has been really well performing so far this game. Cade, not so much. Still early on for sure, but it's been very, very quiet. Only, 3-6-1 currently on the Reyna. I mean, that's that double duelist style we harken back to for the Spartans. It allows them a lot of offensive ability a lot of the time, but the information gathering that's so important on a map like Sunset as well leaves a lot to be desired for the Spartans, but they have to adapt to make their game plan work and show why it was the correct answer during this agent select.
Got the camera up, watching and waiting. Okeanos goes down. Cade getting the frag and overhealing as well. Getting away with that one. Peak now under pressure. He's over here at the A site with the aftershock to hopefully buy some space, but Keem getting far forward. Flashpoint does its job, and with Moxie's support from the other side of the Radiant Eye boxes, things looking better until they don't. John Hamm forces the issue, and Blinn lose out the man advantage, at least for the moment. Spaz and Vogue, who'd walked all the way back from Gelato to get back in. And here he is, the clutch king himself.
Okay, Spaz, we talked about how your clutch factor is absolutely supreme. We have to see it here. SJSU.
30 seconds left.
Khan playing ring around the Rosie of the A site, completely avoiding him.
I mean, Khan could just walk over to B. He ran it.
Oh my God, is this gonna work? It's a great game. Spaz might think he's trying to rotate over. Look how far he's going.
I mean,
13 seconds left.
Spaz's only option there is to just assume that it's B. Trying to check things out. Here's the plant though.
My ult's ready.
Gets the idea. Khan not being shy about this location or this position, but those jump spots giving him a lot of info. Biggest issue is that he has no idea where Spaz is.
Yeah, it's gonna creeping up, sneaking up like the Omen should. Spaz, it's a really good angle to absolutely dash the hopes and dreams of SJSU Blue. Getting this round. Oh my God, he says you want to sneak up on me. I'm pulling out the big guns. Has the showstopper available. He has to guess
So
correctly.
creative.
This is insane. Throws it out. He misses 5 HP. Has to hold on. Just buy as much time as you can, but unfortunately, it will not happen.
This is why Spaz is so good in those clutch moments. It's awful close, but he'll get there in the end. And SJSU cannot confirm that victory. What an incredibly creative play, getting up on top of the boxes there with the shrouded step. Yeah. He hits him with the paranoia and knows that there's no audio cue that's going to be coming through. He can't see, cannot hear, and therefore Khan has to just hit a crazy flick. And as much as that showstopper is great when it hits the ground,
yeah,
that hitbox for a direct hit, it's not so large.
Absolutely. A series of unfortunate events in that last round for the Spartans. Spaz, the boogeyman, Baba Yaga in the back pocket of Blinn, making sure they secure that one and push themselves ahead. Now, 4-2-3.
I will say SJSU currently putting a lot into this map and showing that they're ready to play anything. I was wondering how prepared they would look, and though it's been close in a lot of these rounds, SJSU have delivered. Okeanos with the first shot.
No.
He does just barely get away, can reset, retake that next shot.
Okay, John Hamm waiting in the wings.
Excuse me.
The smoke and mirrors. Gets himself a frag. Now pushing forward. Khan wants to switch up to a new rifle. Pushing it in. Spaz has a read, has an idea, has an inkling. But what is the move?
Great paranoia.
Child, the paranoia is good. Shot is greater.
Once again, isolating those duels so effectively, using his utility in order to set himself up for success. It's not just about tossing it out, but finding the right time to put it in.
Oh
Good
my God.
crossfire set.
John.
Cade and John Hamm with the Guardian in hand. It's up to Spaz once more, and I just don't know if he's got a 1v2 in him on these 20 HP, but the headshot comes to pre-fire, but Cade delivers. You asked, and he has put it together.
A little bit of a body shot there from Spaz, allowing Cade to live for just a few seconds longer. 50 HP remaining, but still being able to clutch up. Tying it back once again in this series. Trading these rounds these past two. Now SJSU Blue. Full rifles this go around. Full armors this go around. Feeling a bit more in the driver's seat against Blinn, but they have to massively increase this lead, because if you're only within one round of Blinn, they have so much potential to snatch it right back from you.
Seems true no matter who you're talking about in this map. This is so close. Expectations already blown out of the water for me regarding SJSU and their performance here. Okeano's lucky to still be living as a showstopper, but at 1 health, that will be something difficult to put into display. Take towards B through market is good enough. The Rolling Thunder comes right in and stalls out this from SJSU. They aren't able to put the spike down. There's no safety, none whatsoever. But as soon as these dark covers start to dissipate, Spaz, never mind, he's already in trouble. Don't need to wait, just take the fight. It's Khan who gets them all. 1, 2, and 3, putting them to bed. The B site is theirs and theirs alone, with a Monsi 1v4 required.
Okay, Monsi have been a little bit quiet these past few rounds, not really making a lot happen, but that headshot, that'll happen real fast. Dwindling the numbers, slowly but surely, trying to get it done. And he gets another. Patience paying off. 4v1 turns into a 1v2.
I mean, he's just trying to make sure he can survive. He's drawn a box around himself and said, "This is my domain, I shall stand." And that is true for the moment. Khan is in the area, getting notifications on his phone about Monsi and the threat he poses. It's the threat that comes to life. SJSU really can't find a round win without losing so many players. I mean, that one was so much more when it came to getting on the site and dominant with regard to the site take and the post plant, but it doesn't make their economy feel any better.
Absolutely not. Like, the fact that they had such a high advantage, they had the spike plant 4v1, and the one person goes full John Wick mode, takes him out one at a time.
That's a different look here. They haven't been playing aggressive mid. Blend, this is a half blind. They have that saved rifle, and they've got stingers as well. Getting the early information towards the left-hand side of the mid area into that connector. And then falling back into market. So not so committed from Blend, but the early information gives them no info at A, and so they're stacking up B.
Okay, the aggression out towards mid, dissipates, spreads throughout the map, once again covering their bases the best they can.
Well, they're going back towards B main and walking their way up again, sticking together and playing this safe.
The Spartans are all sticking in mid now, trying to make a decision on where to go, but look how Blinn are playing the map right now. Trapping them, almost corralling them in mid, surrounding them from almost all the entry points. They have 3 areas of escape cut off right now. SJSU Blue has to play into this. Cade actually survives for just a few moments so we can take it out. How the route is here. Monsi gets 2. Teague will fall. Yuri grabs 2 of his own. Neural theft. Try and claw this round back. for SJSU Blue. Throws the cages down, lays a trap, but he can't see both members. He looks down to one, tries to get the crouching spray. Not gonna happen. Glenn snatch it back and go up to tie it once again.
Another round that doesn't get credited to Thrifty, but essentially was the one safe gun, and then it's Stingers and Classics with a couple of upgraded pistols. Everything working their way. What an incredible crossfire set there in mid. Not only that, but the way that they approached finding some mid control early, getting a guarantee that nobody was there towards the A side connector, and then walk pushing through B, just so incredible. SJSU instantly on the back foot economically and making life difficult. Or the push from Glenn up towards A.
Okay. All tied up again. I feel like we're going to be saying this a lot for this series, if not just this map.
I mean, I'll say it. I've been underrating SJSU as much as I've actually been their cheerleader.
Yeah.
Wanting to see them succeed. I feel like I've still been underrating them all throughout this entire tournament.
I mean, I think everybody has. That's kind of been the story of their run so far, right? Getting in here, crowdfunded GoFundMe just to be able to get to this stage. Having an amazing run to winners until they fell down yesterday. Now here they are, losers finals. Final chance up against a team that they somehow have never played, cross paths with.
Enemy remaining.
And they're bringing a fight to them. They're losing this round. A flawless from Blinn. Maybe the magic is running out for SJSU Blue.
But an eco, so all good for them. No timeouts either, by the way, this entire half. I think that really is is indicative of how close it's been. It's just back and forth, some mistakes made, sure, but in general, Glenn, SJSU, down to clutches in so many scenarios.
Okay. You're right about, I was about to make that point, right? No timeouts have been called. Like, they really do feel they can just play this as Okeano. So with the op in hand, it's so dangerous whenever he gets that weapon. He makes such great use of it each and every time.
Great adjustment from T. That's mid control. What they really didn't have so much in hand. SJSU now have nothing. So group back up. Has peeked the camera and put the sniper cage up, playing around it there at Generator, and is entirely given away. His position known, courtesy of that nightfall, but this is where the cyber cages can make life difficult.
Oh my
down
God.
to the page shells, rather, the showstopper. Oh my goodness.
What a blessing. What a blessing that they needed to get in this round. The Spartans want to pull it back, keep this tie game going.
Already done it.
Can. Spaz, I mean,
down too early. This was a 3-on-5.
Didn't have his gun out. Are you serious?
Cut to the 2-on-2. Teague holding for the moment. Is he just going to hold on this defuse? They're going to hurt the spam, but they do get there just in time. Milliseconds is all that was between Glenn and victory. SJSU, they've tied the game. It's a 6-6 scoreline here at the half.
If there's one thing that the Spartans are going to do, they're going to make it entertaining down to the last second. Bringing it back to a tie at the half. I thought he stuck it. I thought he got the fuse.
It was so close.
Oh my goodness.
Again, I think the context here is so necessary. That was Blinn with a 2-man advantage at the beginning of the round.
Yes.
Okeanos gets the opening pick, and Teague with that phenomenal shot in through market. Like, how is it that SJSU are able to find that success and bring it back? I mean, the showstopper from Khan, certainly part of it, but oh my goodness. 3-on-5 to tie this game up at half.
Absolutely insane gameplay coming from SJSU Blue, but now they are on the defense. Now the side switch comes out. We get to see this Blinn offense that they are so potent with. And it's immediately onto the B site.
I think this is where you can put Okeanos into such a good position. Kahim caught on the rotation out through mid, and there is a tripwire that is going to catch Khan. He's going to have to take that out, so the information will be gained. In the meantime, Okeanos, he's not stopping, he's not waiting, and he's overwhelming with the support of Monty out and through into this round, despite being down, and SJSU about to be out.
All right, 0-2 on the pistols, at least for Sunset. Unless, you know, Cade just turns from 3K to 4K real quick. Will be sought out, found out, and gunned down. Blinn striking first on this side switch, and going into this one, maybe cool the Jets a little bit, get back some, you know, regain some decorum, if you will. Try get us back. Now, at the beginning of this map, SJSU Blue had that very, very, very intense safe round win.
That's right.
Looking to replicate that success here. Only one sheriff this time, 4 Cade, 4 classics to try to get the job done. Blinn, however, are warmed up and ready to go.
They've traded these eco rounds, to be honest with you. Half-Fly, Swifties, that's been the story of this map. No one has ever really had a strong economic hold of the game. Instead, it's been that back and forth momentum non-stop. Going out, catching out Cade, and he'll have to fall back away. The Prowler sent along its way.
Looking at Yuri, doing what he does, always stays in the back to try to catch any strays, catch any lurkers, but he's in an interesting spot to get one, goes for 2, drops it, looks for the 3rd, and he gets it, has to reload, tries to buy time, but will fall, but he did so much work there. Absolutely insane
effort being put in, ensuring that nothing goes wrong in this round, but that is the recovered Spectre for Kahim. He's made his way into this damage-wise. Would love to get another kill. The Spectre is also the, actually, he said it was a Spectre. Did he find a Phantom? He certainly did.
He certainly did. Oh, Kahim trying to watch the door will fall. Yuri, the last hope, not going to make it work, unfortunately. Blinn pushing ahead by 2.
A little bit tragic. Would have liked to see SJSU find the save on that Phantom, but
yeah,
unfortunately it doesn't work out for them. They were just trying to do damage, just trying to take those fights. Not only that, they were being closed in upon soon enough. But here's the gun round. That last one, not nearly as important as this upcoming one. Blinn on the bonus. Have a couple of Spectres, or rather Stingers, to add to their Bulldog and Vandals. This is so one-dimensional here for Blinn. They're just sticking together, playing the trade fraction with potentially lesser weaponry that you can understand the mindset Cade able to dismiss away after getting that first frag. That's going to allow Blinn the sight, but the man advantage stays in the Spartans' favor.
So far, playing it slow is working for them. Yuri tries to catch out some, but not quick enough on the draw. But guess what? Cade and Khan, they want this back. They want to get this win. It's up to Spaz, holding this corner, sees them jump in. Trades are there, but it will be SJSU Blue finally getting something on their defensive side, making it work.
And this is where Cade can be so incredibly viable on this arena. Taking that first flight, you saw, you know, as aggressive as that double blast back play is, it's sometimes you're going to die as the Rays, and the whole idea is that your teammate gets the trade.
Yeah.
The problem is if you're playing up against Cade on the Reyna, that as long as Cade hits the shot onto the Rays, you just dismiss out of there. Did that twice in a row and denied great trade positionings from Blinn.
Absolutely. Just made it work. I mean, sometimes you got to be the sacrificial Rays, right? Sometimes you got to be the sacrificial duelist jumping in.
Yeah, but it freaking sucks when you're the sacrificial duelist and then there's just a Reyna there.
You know, just hey,
invulnerable.
How's it going?
Out of the battle.
How do you like my overshield? You know, like absolutely insane. But the Spartans being able to pull that back and get that victory anyway. Very, very nice. B-side aggression. Now look this. I love that they're pulling off, not trying to, opt into immediately fighting Blinn, allowing them to, take that space, trying to go for the retake. Taking to the plant, the Nightfall coming out. Monsi just holding position, waiting for them to make a more aggressive move. Oh my God, the paranoia.
Oh, but the late lurk, the late flank coming in through market. This is massive for Vog. He's got the timing on lockdown. The neural theft's going to give them the information, and Vog is still playing the long game. He's got Spaz up over the top of the smoke. He can drop back down and take this positioning. One tapped away in Vog from the flank. It's at Blinn for today as they find success. The gun round theirs, though the bonus didn't work.
What was that peak? My man was getting shot at up top, drops down, swings left, one tap, one kill. Spaz is absolutely a monster, but yes, that route from Vog that he took to catch the flanks, flanking the flanker, the counter flank, just to pull that off.
I mean, he was there to cut off rotations, but then was able to find the correct timing.
Yeah.
Right when everybody was routing back into the marked area, that's when he struck.
Absolutely great gameplay coming out from Blinn. They have increased their lead to 2 again. The Spartans need to short up. They used only the Nightfall, but they can still push this forward.
Once again, Blinn with this 4-1 style. They're just sticking together, leaving Vog elsewhere to be lurking to maintain map control, especially towards mid, and to make sure that the B push doesn't come through. They have the tripwire in position.
Love that positioning from John Hamm. I wish it would have paid off for him. Okeano so good with the shots. Now Vog hiding out all by lonesome like we love to see him do. Catches Yuri, trying to cross over and bolster defenses. Now it's a 5v2.
This game plan from Blinn, it's so simple.
Yep.
And that's not a knock. That's not a negative whatsoever. It's just so effective. If they're able to find the entries like that, it's even more insane because they're not even needing to trade. The idea is just take the numbers game at the site, play a 4-on-2, and then you're good.
The huddle plays working out for Blinn in strides, looking to increase their lead to 3 rounds ahead. Don't believe the Spartans want to try and go for this. They're just trying to check their surroundings, making sure they don't lose these rifles going in the next round. And just a step too far. Just a little step over a little bit. But now Blinn is up by 3. The Spartans looking for an answer to get themselves back into this. They need to break this 4-1. That big group, that one lurk on the back. They need to win these gunfights, these trades.
I think Cade stepped in there on purpose.
Really?
Yeah, I think he had a Guardian, and I think he wanted to get the extra money to make sure he can buy a Vandal.
Interesting. Whatever the case, Vandal in hand now.
That's right.
Gonna make it work. Let's see how well they make it work, though.
Well, Okeanos is going to put on the pressure. He's got a showstopper already out. He's got to deal with 2 different directions. Come on, he was stunned, but he waits his turn, and it's 2 frags, one on one side, the other turning on a dime. Still fighting for his life as John Hamm fights from the back of the site. It will be Cade to finish it off. SJSU, massive round.
Yeah, I mean, almost a must-win at that point, right? Being able to grab that, decrease that lead, but they also gain 3, 4? Are they 4 stacked on ultimates now?
Yeah.
They went in that round with only 1 available. Now, almost fully kitted out with ultimates going into this next round. Very, very good stuff. I mean, I was scared for the entire team when I see Okeanos jumping through with the rocket in hand, ready to make things going. But the timing and the window was just a little too short for the Blinn man to get anything done. Now, SJSU Blue, a very pretty position to bring this within 1 round's difference once again.
A little bit of a different play here from SJSU. They put more presence early towards mid, but that's fast rotate out A, and right now it's all of the Yuri utility on the Cypher being put to good use on site. Keanos finding that nobody's home, and that's a little bit concerning. The blast back to get further confirmation as Yuri walks forward and finds the success.
Absolutely amazing shot. Yuri being able to be in that spot, perfect time to get it done. Bog will return onto Khan.
That was out mid. That was the rotator from B. No flank presence, no problem for Blinn.
Okay. Rolling Thunder. The carpet has been rolled out. Fortunately for them, not going to be too effective in that matter, but the push onto the side is there, firing through the smoke. Not going to find anyone. Yuri's defusing. They can't catch up to this. They can't get into this. Cade has to find them. He's going to be all the way in, and yes, they will grab it, giving Blinn a little bit taste of their own medicine from the previous half, but being successful.
Crazy dart covers over one another, making it difficult to try and make their way forward. Great defense of that defuse as well. Cade, the Empress, activated, standing stalwart over his teammate Yuri on the defuse. SJSU cutting their deficit to just the one. And Blinn, they had some footing found. 4 rounds out of the first 5 of the second half heading their direction. Now, it's a bigger question as SJSU have cut it and made their way back into contention.
Okay, immediately the decision is to go to A. Look how spread out everybody from SJSU Blue is. This will find Yuri.
Learned his lesson from last round.
Managing to get that trade before they fall, though, does Yuri. Giving a little bit of info to the rest of the team. Want to see how they can run through this, recover this. John Hamm, a really great double last round, making a lot of noise. But Bog with the flank will be caught. Still another trade. SJSU Blue, though, can't get one more. Putting them at 3v2, but Spaz is on the lurk. He's good for 1. Stopping the defuse for a moment. They have to restart it. All down to Teague. Spots 1, wins the gunfight. Defuse has to come out. Where are you looking? Kahim gets it at the half and plenty of time to finish it off. Feather in his cap, making it happen. Spartans tie it up yet again. 10-10 in map 1.
Massive moment for Kahim. That trade frag imperative. And putting the Spartans right back in it. Coming into this map, terrified for what SJSU would bring, whether they would be prepared, and it seems they are supremely prepared. Blinn, who have looked good, but not great.
Right. That's the thing. It looked good, not great. A few areas to improve for sure. But
this is just no utility until this point. Walking right out onto A, they seem to feel as if they're going to crack the code. A different position of the tripwire meant to cover off Yuri, ensure that he doesn't get taken out so easily. But what it does allow is the spike to go down without any impact from the defense at all.
Right. It almost feels disrespectful for Blinn to be able to push onto the site, no pre-utility use, get it for free. But that's just the Spartans allowing them and wanting them to do that, as Khan will throw out the showstopper and get one, stay alive for a moment, and gets another key pick on Okeanos. Cade is there as well, shortening it up, finishing it off. Spaz tries to make something happen, but it's not going to be there. And the defenders win off the defuse.
Once again, sticking that defuse, and it's not enough time for Blinn to get the confirmations on those frags. This has got to stop. Blinn have to find a way to make this a little bit easier on the post plant. 3 diffuses in a row, all in close contentious fashion.
Right, and it's like the craziest thing, right? It's the fact that like all 3 of those times, Blinn has been able to get onto the site. Like, the Spartans are allowing them to get onto the site and then striking back. The post plants have been played so effectively for SJSU Blue for the past few rounds. And it's not even the most like big brain, like miraculous plays, right? It's just simple routing.
The worst part is Blinn losing out even when they had free access to the site. This time, it's not so free. John Hamm with a fadeaway through the dark cover. giving Blinn the disadvantage. Now, Blinn do have it from the shadows. Don't know how effective that's going to be in this position. The neural theft comes out and giving information about the position of Monsi, who gets paranoid, has to just free fire. Cade the dismiss away. 2 on 4. Spaz from height. Teague from the generator.
Again?
And he's doing all of the
Again?
damage out of bullets.
Again?
Gotta find it.
Oh
The
my
right click
God.
eventually gets there.
Enemy
Teague is on
It's
his
a 1v1.
third, but he's 7 HP, and he's got to play Ring Around the Rosie. Cade's pistol does it, and the halfway mark will confirm the defuse. Plenty of time remaining for SJSU Blue.
Spaz did so much work to drop that down to the 1v1. Team did a great job getting that last second stoppage on the defuse, but the Reyna overshield comes through, managing to allow SJSU Blue to put themselves on map point, at least for this moment in time.
I said 2 out of 3 of Cade, Khan, Kahim have to be delivering 20 plus kills, and here we are at 12 to 10. It's exactly that. Talking of Kahim, by the way, that crucial 1v2 as well to put them into this position. The A site, I mean, at what point do you give this up if you're Blinn? They've been trying desperately. They thought they had the idea of how to break apart the retake, but nothing has worked. These are 5 rounds in a row, I believe.
Yeah. Okay, going into this map point for the Spartans, sticking with the similar game plan, allowing Blinn to get onto the site, set up their shop. The Spartans want to be like some bulls in a china shop, knock it all down. Nightfall is immediately unleashed. Some bodies will be found out, but can they clean it up? Monsi is gonna fall right on top of the spike, and Khan strikes, rendering his judgment. Rolling Thunder is the answer from Blinn.
They're all stuck.
They're
all
stuck.
here in the back hall. OKLNO's watching for the flank. Spaz left alone. And though he
That's
gets 2,
it.
it's SJSU. It's all theirs. 13 to
Defensive.
10. Wrap it up in a pretty little bow and push them out the door. What a map from the Spartans.
What a map indeed. It was very close from the start, back and forth, back and forth. Such a seesaw, almost like look, I make the Valorant tend to choke a lot, but that's exactly what that was until they decided, you know what, Blinn, we're gonna let you be aggressive. We're gonna let you make these pushes. We're gonna catch you every single time. 5 defuses in a row to win.
Yeah.
5 defuses in a row to win the map.
Maybe that was 6. I don't know. I can't see the scoreboard. What I do know though is this is the SJSU strategy working to perfection. And let me explain. Because you talk about Cade, you talk about Khan, but how are they being set up? I wouldn't be surprised to see probably 15 assists there for John Hamm. Every single retake, Yuri and John Hamm's setup was so imperative.
Yes.
The amount of times that on entry to the site, because of a tripwire position that was continually being swapped up, we would see Yuri or someone else catch a kill and set up a 5v4. In addition to that, how many times did we see somebody on site just having to blind fire because they were paranoid? So very often. It happened a stupid amount of times. And I think you have to give credit where it's due. Yes, the duelists in Cade and Khan doing their job, the setup for it is so superb.
Oh yeah, and I will always talk about doing my notes going into this, looking at this Spartans lineup. I always talk about how Khan and Cade top of the table, but John Hamm is also normally so key in a lot of the victories because of the setup, because he is always going to be the one to give you that layup to dunk it in the net each and every time. And there were multiple rounds where he was the reason why the Spartans were able to finish off these rounds so definitively because of his good setup. Yuri stepped up. Did not have a great showing yesterday, but as of right now, one of the best players on the team.
Yeah, I think that this is a situation where everybody for SJSU did their job incredibly well. They knew what their role was, and they delivered.
Absolutely.
Now, they have a win condition. They go to their own best map. Granted, a map that Blinn enjoys as well, but their own best map is now right between them and a grand finals berth.
Oh, wow. This lower finals off to an amazing start. We're going to hop it over to a quick little break. We're going to be back with more Samsung SSD Dreamhack Fall Open action. You don't want to miss it. Okay, welcome back, everybody. It's your boys, View and Vincent. After we just saw a very thrilling Game 1 series, a great start to our lower finals here at Samsung SSD Dreamhack Fall Open. The Spartans clutching it out after a wacky defensive win. They got a game plan and they stuck to it, and it worked out for them in the end.
It was crazy because Blinn came out of the second half swinging. They win 4 out of the first 5 rounds, and then they can't win any rounds after that. Back-to-back 5 diffuses in a row on back-to-back A-site hits. Blinn had a one-track mind, and I don't know what the game plan necessarily was, but what I do know is that SJSU's worked in perfect harmony, walking through and finding success. Phenomenal showing across the board.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we go to binds. And this is going to be real interesting, right?
I was wondering, by the way, about the assists. I just pulled it up.
Yeah.
John Hamm and Kahim, both with 13 and 12 assists, respect.
Oh my God.
And yeah, I think that was clear and absolutely easy to see from the way that those retakes went every single time. Yeah, a lot of them were close down to the wire, but didn't necessarily mean that they were losing them. They were winning them every single time.
So, absolutely mind-blowing. And now we're on bind. Both teams kind of like this map.
Very much like this map. I mean, for context here, SJSU, they've only played it twice in this event. Win against Fisher White, loss against Fisher Navy. Blinn, on the other hand, have been absolutely so consistent on this map over the course of this entire semester. They also played it at Fisher White and Fisher Navy. They beat Fisher Navy. Whom SJSU lost to in the upper finals on this map. So, as much as I support the SJSU pick here, I think this is the right thing to do. It's also Blinn having a chance to, I thought, maybe find a 2-0, but after sunset, now they just needed to stay alive.
Absolutely, which, seems pretty atypical going into this, right? But Blinn rocking a, regularly standard composition, SJSU rocking their standard composition with the double duelist. Now, yesterday, they actually opted to try and run they run it back the same exact composition from yesterday.
Yeah. They went with the Yoru
on that, yes.
Sticking with the norm, Kahim oftentimes kind of stuck in that position if hookah control goes the way of the attackers, and once again stuck, and this time can't deliver. SJSU immediately down and forced into a retake where all 3 of the remaining defenders are coming from the same angle.
Okay, a little bit of a slower pistol than compared, to the previous map and how they were playing it out. Everybody's just now joining up on the B side. The spike is down. Cade with a good flank, but will be spotted out on the end. Okeanos up high once again. He loves to be in this position because it allows him to do things just like that. Team-wide ace for Blinn as they strike first. Another pistol.
Just a flurry of utility from Blinn into that one choke point. As soon as they gathered the information, they knew where the majority of SJSU were coming from, blocking them out of that main doorway. And that was what made the retake so very difficult, because SJSU had to just walk through into elbow even to get into a real winnable position. You can't just run through that smoke, and there was a toxic screen there as well, or a toxic warp rather.
Okay, very well played by Blinn to get it going. Last map, early goings, was very back and forth after the first 4 rounds. SJSU Blue looking to get back in the saddle and bring it to that 1-to-1 on the jump. Will trade the kills, but Muncie, great spot.
That's bad for Blinn. They don't have control of this area, but SJSU don't really have the weaponry to hang on to it either. And I like this decision from them. Instead of fighting a losing battle at long, knowing that they're going to almost certainly be executed, instead, they fall back, allowing
Got
for
the spike.
Blinn to invest utility to gather back that spike on the roam.
All right, in the flank, return. Action on the opposite side of the map will result in SJSU Blue only having 2 members left. And now it's a goose chase. Cue the Scooby-Doo music. That's a beeline from Blinn over to Site A to get this plant that they have secured because of the play of Vogue earlier on.
Anything that SJSU can pull off here, though, in addition to what they've already got, is going to be fantastic. Guiding light sent forward. That not getting any information to the Trailblazer. A little bit easier to find info. Will be sent in. And Kate does have a Phantom. There's weapons to work with. Vogue spotting one out and then falling back away. No need to overstay his welcome. The time on this spike is already starting to tick low. Vogue, not even a issue.
Yeah, not enough time to defuse it. He's going to run in. Get hit, we'll get a frag, but immediately fall after. Blinn up to 2 right now. Now it's just really good splitting the map, getting the pickoffs in the back, dwindling the numbers, dwindling that speed that Blue wanted to play with. Blinn securing that. Let's see how much more they can get, though, because now, I mean, it's a split buy. It's a low buy, but they're still able to make it work.
Yeah, the problem for Blinn is that they lost so many players in that last round. So they had the option to full invest or to try and get creative with bonus. Tower control, big part of SJSU's attack typically. And on the defense, they're known for taking that space as well. This round, a bit more tentative in that area. They've allowed for Blinn to put someone there, ready to roll for this A split.
Okay, Khan sitting in the mist. Here's him. He's the flash, but is unable to get anyone down. Cade on his flank will be able to return 1. Goes for 2. John Hamm sets it up. Brings it to an advantageous position for SSU Blue. Cade staying alive, getting another, and he wins the trade. Multiple kills coming in from K3K, living up to that name. Finally getting SJSU Blue on the board.
I mean, Cade, picks up the triple kill there. Great shots, don't get me wrong, but John Hamm with a phenomenal spray transfer. And they were somewhat lined up for him, but that Vandal can be tough to put together in a continuous spray. It's why everybody's tapping, SJSU finding some space to work with and getting them around. Now, keeping in mind, though, Blinn, we're in that position because of the amount of death that occurred in the anti-eco. Now, that's not the case. Vandals in hand and plenty to work with.
Absolutely. Okay. Fuller rifles on a fuller buy for Blinn. No stingers nonsense here. Looking to increase their lead by at least one more round. But SJSU Blue might be picking up speed here. Have this scouted, have this called. Yeah, that's going to give all the info. Oh, wow, Cade dropped down to 20, unfortunately.
Well, that's unfortunate that the Lear doesn't go through. Could have saved his life, but Kahim, he's doing the damage from that position. Kahim is a menace, and Yuri holding his back has the support. Blinn will get the spike down, but a disadvantage. 2v3. Who do you want in this position more than Spaz, though? The support as well.
One enemy remaining.
Monty's going to be the one left alone. 1-for-1 trade, at least giving some hope over to Monty. That is unfortunate as he comes around the corner. Monty swings back around, and Yuri gets the information and the kill at the end of the round.
Okay. SJSU, 2 in a row. We're getting there. Tied it up all here early on.
They're going to scatter from my stuff.
Man.
Super easy to pick off.
What a play by Kahim there early, by Hookah, getting those 2 before he fell. Allowing space to breathe for SJSU Blue. allowing time for the teammates to rotate over that weren't initially there to clean that up.
SJSU, where they really are strong on that B site is they're able to effectively, whenever they lose a position, whether that be like hookah or long or octagon or something like that, or elbow for that matter, they're able to bed in and defend other areas of the site effectively despite that fact.
Yeah. Okay, Okeano's jumping into the site with the blastbacks, hoping to get an advantageous upper position, but will be taken down.
The teleport, they're all back here. That's why Blinn has to push forward, and they're running into a meat grinder.
Absolutely
The buzzsaw right there. Easy does it. This SJSU didn't lose a single player.
John Hamm, man. John Hamm.
True.
Amazing setup. Amazing
That guy's
play.
crazy.
I'm telling you, like, yeah, cool duelist, awesome, but John Hamm, big brain John, making it happen, increasing the lead now for SJSU Blue. They want to keep this tempo. They want Blinn to play into their net, similar to the ending half of map 1. Blinn kept jumping in to the spider's web that the Spartans have laid, and they capped them off every single time. Looking to do the same here, and it's just getting started.
It's been a good answer back. SJSU, sure, not a pistol win, but they're making these gun rounds count bigger and bigger every time. A long range on that spray from Blinn, and they'll get some control, making some support happen, and okay, Spaz out at long, and that's Cade gone.
Okay. Taking out a key player, instrumental in a lot of Blue's success here. Okeanos barely getting out, takes a shot to the shoulder, keeps on running. It's a reroute over to A, but guess who's waiting? It's the man with a plan. It is John Hamm. Launching smoke. Has an idea where they're going. All top will be seen. He peeks around, but no. Spaz is quick on the trigger. Khan peeks in, drops down one, gets traded out. Can't make it work. Yuri goes down. All of the game, but it's not happening. Blinn bring it back. Tie it again.
Once again, Spaz, reminder, the highest rated player in this event going into this series. Biggest when it came to the clutch rate as well. We didn't quite get to see that on Sunset, but it's certainly the case. And finding the opening pick out at long, Cade off on his lonesome, and we're going to see the operator pulled out the first time, I believe.
Yeah, first time all series, or first time this map rather.
Yep.
Okeanos love to get very key entry frags with it, opening frags with it on Sunset. Let's see if we can do the same here on Bind. Be a nightmare for SSU Blue.
It's a great spot to just put the op in and find a whole bunch of map control, stick it here and wait. Fortunately for SJSU, they're not going to be meeting any of the attackers. Blinn, we're looking to posture towards B, though maybe that game plan's changing. Never mind. Instead, they'll stick to the plan.
Okay, sticking to that B-side push. Let's see how that goes. And off to the bat. Showstopper's good. Takes out Kahim, who's been really key in a lot of these opening fights for Blue. Now, hiding in the box, doing the best he can to stay alive.
The Buccaneers' post plan on the B side has been fantastic, so I wouldn't be surprised to see SJSU locked out of this thing, but they do have a bunch of players from a bunch of different angles ready to pop out, explode onto this side. Okeanos with a big delivery. 2 frags of his, but 3 the other direction. A field of green in the feed.
Oh my God. The supporting cast of SSU Blue trying to hold on. Gets a shot through the smoke. Goes for the defuse. He has no idea where he's at. Spaz will clutch it up again as he normally does. Managing to get the win for Blinn.
Buccaneers just barely able to edge out the victory into that one, out of time, just about. That was the unfortunate situation where John Hamm just had to stick on that spike.
Yeah.
Massive wins out for Blinn in these last 2 rounds. And as mentioned, as impressive as that retake attempt was, Blinn still stand tall. Once they get on B, they are so difficult to dissuade.
I mean, I will say I attribute that last round for sure, though. That early frag onto Kahim, who has disrupted their B flows before.
Exactly.
And it's also, I mean, the performance that Okeanos is putting up there, like what, a 3K before he fell?
Right.
Absolutely insane stuff.
Got your
Blinn
trail.
upping the pressure, turning up the heat a little bit on the burners. So look towards A.
Cancel out. Cancel out.
Gonna wrap around a bit. Okeanos goes up high in the sky. Uncontested this time around, but a showstopper from Khan being thrown down allows for the frac guard and the body to start falling. The Buccaneers losing members. Okeanos dipping in, has to recover the spike. Wrap around, potentially can get it done. John Ham does not miss this time around. Managing to take it down. It's all up to Vaughn.
Oh, and John Ham!
The fancy footwork. Their strength is good. The Spartans are better.
He hit him with a pump fake. Man's broken his ankles. Help him out. He's got to get pulled back up by his teammates. Outrageous there from John Ham.
Vincent, I thought we were watching Valorant, not Quake. What was that movement?
It was incredible is what it was. Blinn, 2 gun rounds they win, and then the eco they lose. How many times have we seen just an eco win or a half by win this series? And it's been on both sides, don't get me wrong, but it's absurd.
Absolutely absurd for going into this. They will meet early on long over by B. And Khan and Kahib dropping bodies first. Blinn got to rethink this approach.
That they do. I mean, again, this time they're the ones limited in weaponry. Khan can just gonna take the fight. Oh, what a madman! Khan, he's hit with the paint shells. You think it's bad news? You would just think, hey, let's get out of here and just teleport away. Not this guy. He'll take the fight. Does get to a 3rd frag before going down as Yuri cleans him up and mops him up. Blood all over the ground. Blinn. They had a moment there where they were really showing what they had. 2 gun rounds in a row.
Yep.
And now they're on the back foot once more.
Okay, it's approaching the half. Had a really nifty split on the previous map where it was Blinn that was ahead going into this. SJSU Blue are ahead right now. They want to keep this momentum. Grab a few more before that side switch. I think it's very, very important momentum-wise for them. The force Blinn out in 3rd.
Support from Kahim was so very strong. And with no map control back over B side, Blinn have only one choice, and that's walk right into John Ham's crosshairs. So 2 frags to pull off the advantage for SJSU.
I know exactly where you are.
The doorman, the bodyguard, the gatekeeper making it happen.
Oh my goodness.
Cade catches Vogue slipping. Spike carrier killed. Spike is down. 1v3. Spaz good at clutching up, but
we're gonna need some vintage Spaz here and now. That clutch percentage, 40% nearly, 39 I believe, to be precise. Absurd stat line. He will take his time, 40 seconds to play with the Viper's Pit. So getting the spike down will allow him to utilize that. Not looking the right direction is Kahim. And now this is a different beast. There's 1 man left over at the A site. So far away was the Viper, but Cade delivers.
Stop that. Sit down. Shut that down.
Why was Yuri over at B? What was happening? They had the spike.
He was taking a stroll up, just going around, having a little bit of fun time. Wanted to see the scenery because he knew that his homie would seal the deal, get that victory. 6-4 here. 2 more before the switch. SJSU Blue, the Spartans, looking so good.
Incredible. But this is still an incredibly tight game. Keeping that in mind, Blinn, once more, working with limited weaponry, as we've talked about. Though that doesn't necessarily mean that they're in trouble. In fact, oftentimes it means they're going to to have an
Scout
even
destroyed.
stronger showing. Map control at Showers, map control at B Long, and meanwhile the push up A
What
short
a run.
is what is Blinn putting together. As that toxic screen falls though, they had two players to contend with, neither of them missing the mark.
Oh, wow. Okay, Blinn numbers dwindling. John Hamm on this doorway is good, but no. Monty quicker, a little bit con, wanted to
way.
rocket him down. And it's all up to Yuri, who once again, over on B, letting the entire party fall. Has to run all the way over to the site. Blinn haven't tried to plant yet.
That was another 3v5. JSU. Oh, one man spotted. Monty trying to get that plant down,
30
but the snake
seconds
bite
left.
making life difficult. Yuri just
One
gets around the
enemy
corner.
remaining.
He goes back, and
Thrifty.
oh, so close. But Blinn is surviving another thrifty round,
Last round in the
another
half.
3v5. How do they keep doing it?
It's just the mistakes, the scattered, like those few times they've done it, it's been the scattered play from the Spartans, thinking a little bit of overconfidence, a little bit of disrespect, because there was no reason for Yuri to be over at the B site when they know all the members of Blinn are right in front of them.
Well, I mean, to be fair, they could teleport right away. It's not like Yuri being there in this case was crazy. They didn't have the control. And the real issue is that SJSU just didn't win their 1v1s.
They just sure did.
Wow, Teague, such freedom. Pick up 3 kills.
Okeanos will continue that trend. John Hamm in the smoke, trying to lay down some of his own. No, he caught another orbital strike. Oh God, they gotta run, they gotta jet, and it will be traded. He gets 2 for it. John Hamm, the hero, making it work here. The last round and a half, and Yuri will park right next to the spike. He has to win these fights. 2v1 will drop before he falls.
Yuri just disengaging, doesn't want to take a 1v1 when he has the time to allow his second player to get back into position. Spike recovered, and it's once again Spaz who's in the clutch. This man has done it so very often for Blinn, and to put the half on their side, tie it up 6-6. It looks that Spaz is going to easily get away as SJSU hold for the retake. When is the last time you saw 2 kills with an orbital strike? That doesn't happen.
I mean, maybe in the solo 2 games, maybe, but in professional
30
play,
seconds
No,
left.
in this kind of play,
that's like beta maneuvering.
bro, it's insane. It was all because he was able to keep them in there. They weren't able to just actively escape. They weren't able to actually just run out. They had to stay and fight. So it was a best case scenario, whatever they could get. Turns out it was a 1 for 2. Not the best case you could get.
Spaz gonna try and take the first initial fight, but he's gotta make sure that this Viper's pit stays active, and so with that time ticking away, he falls back into there. That's crazy. The paint shells doing some damage, and it's closing Viper's pit being put into play. Now Spaz has to take it up, and with Yuri, who goes down, Viper
Snake bite.
either in position is gone. He's got it.
Absolutely insane. A little bit of an overcommittal, in my opinion, by Blue. Drop the corresponding Viper's pit. But they get it done in the end. Khan being able to be there on time to help out, secure that round, keeping them ahead going into this next half.
Just crucial to find that trade, and that is what they did. John Hamm, 17-9. SJSU Blue. I mean, it's crazy to me that this is a 7-5 scoreline, because it has felt as if SJSU have been so much more dominant than the scoreline suggests, because Blinn found the pistol win.
Okay. I don't believe SJSU have won a single pistol this series yet.
Not yet.
It'd be an interesting stat check to see.
No,
Lose all the pistols and win the game.
It would be crazy if they somehow lost every pistol in 2-0.
That's the trophy that I want.
That is far away from this point. Let's check back in. Remember, here's the stakes of this game. SJSU up 1 map. Grand finals for them if they can pull this off.
Yes.
Blinn, we tell them goodbye if they lose here. Down a map, they lose their own pick, and now on Bind. The map they're comfy on, but down by 2. looks like we're in a little bit of a tech pause. Everything so high stakes this late to the game.
Yep, okay, pushing forward. Let's see how this opening round for the new half goes. SJSU got their win last game on the defensive side. Their attack phase left a lot to be desired with how often they were trading back and forth. Technically, currently as the score stands, if they keep trading back and forth, they should still win.
True.
But they want to avoid that if all possible.
We'll see if this is a different. I mean, this is currently a different SJSU with, we talked about the win conditions, and I know I keep going back to it, but just to revisit that one more time, asking Khan, Cade, Kahim, 2 out of 3 need to be showing up big time. But then when John Hamm is playing so well, suddenly that's not quite as required. Let's be real.
Right. It's interesting, though. As we have a little bit of a tech pause at the moment.
Apparently, there's some water spillage.
Just get a little too hypey at the station, Get a little too hypey on the keyboards. I get it. It happens. Been there for sure. So that will allow a decent amount of breathing room, though.
Yeah, we might be here for a hot minute.
Let me
lean back.
Let's lean back a bit. But going into this, the entire tournament, didn't think that. I mean, SASU coming into this, right?
Yeah.
We knew they were good, but it's just how good could they be? What is the level that they could play at, They were the 4th seed coming into this from the second qualifier.
Yes, or 5th seed, actually.
5th seed, yeah.
But yeah, I think that the thing about SJSU is we know that they're strong as a squad,
right.
But the problem is, and again, if Adam were here, he would argue with me, but the West isn't very strong compared to the East.
Right.
Or, I mean, realistically, like any other region for CVAL. So we just don't get to see what SJSU have to offer up against some of the best competition as often as I would like to.
Right.
So for that reason, they come into this as, I think, a bit of an underdog team. They're a club team as well, and that doesn't mean they're an underdog, but they don't have some of the support that I'm just going to toss some names out there, like Northwood, like Glenn, like Fisher, like Mizzou. There's a lot of teams here that come in with a lot of support, and SJSU, as amazing as they are, their club is great. They don't have the money that some of these other teams do, and coming out here and showing out is just so impressive to see.
Right, they're going to need a few more rounds to punch their ticket to the rematch, the date with Destiny with Fisher. The Blend want to put a stop to that Blend and say, hey, we're trying to get in that spot instead.
1 enemy remaining.
Off to the races.
What a turn!
What an amazing turn. Yuri, 1v3, not going to happen. No pistols won for the Spartans. That's Blend. Claim that one in stride.
I'll tell you what, they have been making up for it with the ecos.
Yes.
How effective they've been.
Yes, they have.
This is going to be a tough one, but, well, SJSU sit together. Maybe they can overwhelm. Maybe they can find some space to work with.
Oh, okay. Interestingly enough, I think this is the first time we see a post-pistol round where they opt to buy in, and they are calling on the power of the Beehive, getting stingers for all the members.
With how effective their pistols have been, this is, I feel like, a great call. Back going to be caught out. I mean, that's Fonzie first to take the shots, and oh my goodness, Fonzie has them all lining up for what's a flawless victory.
I was just trying to take a sip of my drink, and I peek back over, and they're literally jumping like lemmings over a ledge into the waiting arms of Blend, who now, off the back-to-back rounds, tie it up. We said their post pistols have been good, and now they're trying something different, coming back to bite them, and now they're going back to strictly pistols.
I'm going to be honest, though. I really love SJSU taking that risk. I think that this is indicative of their mindset right now. It's showing that they're ready to roll and they have confidence in their own gunplay. It was just really well-timed toxic screen. Everybody vulnerable as they were jumping through.
Right.
And out through hookah, then right into a snake fight as well. The Viper play from Spaz on the other side was incredible.
Absolutely incredible. Making it happen. Tying it once again in this series. All right, we know SJSU Blue on defense are very formidable. But on attack, there's a lot of questions that need to be answered. Blinn, super solid on both, but are able to answer back. As we look towards A from the squad of SJSU Blue, pushing in. See what they can do. It's the toxic screen going up, pushing forward. Monty has a hard right side position. Trying to route this.
Notice that Trailblazer clearing out most of Showers, giving some positional awareness there to Monty as Okeanos is so very strong from this position. Oh my goodness. This is why when you talk about Okeanos, you just talk about the crispy aim that he has. No ace though, denied by Kahim. Time is running out and it will go down, but Blinn finding their lead.
Yeah, finding their lead on this defensive half for them. Okay, Spartans got to get it together. That lead that they had by 2 now dwindled and eclipsed by the Buccaneers. We're trying to force for map 3 to stay alive in this tournament, in this grand final day. So, rifles bought for the Spartans now. Looking to match the firepower of Blinn, of the Buccaneers. Looking towards B.
First chance with the weaponry into the 4th round of the half, and well, the flash is so good. T gets 2,
wow.
But Cade is just as quick on the trigger finger, the overheal as well, to keep him healthy and working. Gianos on the other side, and he too falls. It's Cade once again, the hero that SJSU need.
Out sniping the sniper, out dueling the dueler, the 1v1 that needed to go down for the Spartans to try and get this. So he will grab the spike, waiting for his teammates to regroup with him before making a decision. 55 on the clock. Don't want to go too hard if they don't have to. So he might make a TP play here. A is only being watched by one other person. B is also watched by one other person, picking their plan of attack. But Monsi.
No audio cue being given away by SJSU.
Perfect corner here, though. As he turns away. Smoke.
30 seconds left.
Signaled in. Has an idea. Wants to go for it. Has to guess where the plant's going to go. It's going to allow it. Play for the retake is the idea going for here, as we see.
Monty's been so quiet about this. It's so hard to know when to make the right play. Vlog has to wait out the smoke. In fact, going to use a cage to provide some coverage. Ensure that nothing going the wrong direction. And he's getting flanked. Doesn't even know. Monty, he's in some trouble. Yuri's going to come back through. This is where Monty was just located. He's like, how the hell did Yuri get into position? Now Monty needs the clutch, and John Hamm is better on the trigger.
Okay. Much needed win for the Spartans to keep it close like this. Now all tied up. Let's see if they can push back ahead and hold on to the lead. Hold on to the potential to get the rematch with Fisher and not have to do a map 3.
A couple of ultimates ready for Blinn. Giannos has both the showstopper and then the orbital strike for Monty. Going to be fighting down the long end, looking towards Showers, both simultaneously for the defense of Blinn. Neither position they spot anybody for the moment.
Kahim holding outside of teleporter. Wants to send a guiding light in, scout anything out. 2-3 split by the Buccaneers. Spike is still left over by where Cade is. Don't want to risk dropping that in any potential skirmish. A return guiding light by Blinn. Trying to scuff him out.
There's some info. They know now that there's somebody in hookah at the very least. In the meantime, they've given up some showers control, and John Hamm is walking back forward in that direction. Spike recovered. And the A split. More of an A hit right through
30
short.
seconds left.
Okay, marching on forward through the toxic screens. As the call comes down, the orbital is good for one. Snipe for the second. Okeanos, so good. John Hamm has to challenge this. Catches him slipping, looking behind, but he doesn't get the frag out. Sprays, holds down that trigger, and he gets one transferred over for two. Needs one more. 5 seconds left. Can't get the plant down. There's no time available. Picks up the operator. Just wants it. Defenders will win this round. Blinn back ahead. But damage was done by the Spartans.
Great play from Monty, getting that orbital strike out that cuts off the SJSU attack. They are able to isolate the fight in front and then deal with it on the backside of that orbital strike. Not only that, but finding a kill inside the orbital. That's just bonus. Placement was all that was required.
Yeah.
And SJSU now down once more. And after just the one round win, their money is not ideal.
Not ideal. They got to work with what they got. Unfortunate ending to that last round for the Spartans. Blinn returning to the lead. It's been swapped back and forth, back and forth. I'm sensing a pattern here.
What an incredible time it would be for SJSU to find another one of these like pistol ego wins.
Well, that's a start. Okeanos traded for John Hamm. Well, the rotate is being called.
That's one of only two guns, though, that SJSU have, and Cade's got another one, but he's lined up too! Cade, he's done it once again, and this may pull the rotates back over to B. No, it doesn't matter. They'll re-aggress up short, will Blinn, but the SJSU run is headed towards B. Spike safely headed through the long angle, and the plant will come in shortly enough, and Cade living up to his name, Mr. 3K.
Might as well call him Cade 3 stacks since we in the city of Atlanta. Doing it big, winning that round for the Spartans. It's all up to Muncie. Gotta believe he just wants to try and save, maybe get 1 or 2 extra frags if he can. But man, what a play. The recovered rifle for Blue to allow Cade to get the lineup, that bang, bang, double. So good.
You know, it'd just be one of those things where it would be crazy if somehow SJSU pulled off one of those rounds, you know?
Yeah. Oh, wow. Mostly pistols, 1 rifle? Nah, they're not going to win that round. Nah, they've done it before, sure, but surely it wouldn't happen again.
John Hamm getting the opening frag, and despite getting traded, Cade
Thrifty.
does the damage. Another thrifty. This is an outrageous amount of thrifty rounds.
Yep. Okay, tied up at the 9. First one looking for double digits here. Will it be the Spartans who have recovered their momentum for the moment? Or will it be Blinn?
Buccaneers on their last buy for the most part. Have a little bit of extra cash, so I don't think they're going to be completely broke if they lose this round, which is good news for them. More important for SJSU to start to solidify that momentum that you were asking about. The position given by that guiding light. It's a slower approach. The Spartans don't want to get caught out going too far forward, too over-aggressive. We've got John Hamm playing ultra passive, looking for showers pushes.
Okay, slower on the approach on the Spartans for this. Don't want to get overzealous on anything they try. Oh, Trailblazer will get a lot of information by Kahim. Want to push forward a decent bit more. Into the smoke. Khan is walking straight in. Blinded. Takes down one. Gets a second. Goes for a third. Cade will grab it for him. Spike carrier down does not matter. Cade creating space. The rest of Blinn is not there. Having to run through spawn to get in. Strike him down. Wants another. Tries to go recover the rifle. Jumping right click. Attackers win. Spartans first to double digits.
And just knowing where they wanted to go with that from the very beginning, SJSU, as soon as they realized how close, I think it was Teague was playing there, close left corner, it was the boom bot to put him into a compromised position, followed by the guiding light. And Khan, he's not even looking, he's just pre-firing. By the time we got to his POV, he was already turned around and looking for that second kill, which he then finds as well. Team effort for SJSU.
Oh man, just a few more rounds for the Spartans to get the date with Destiny, the run back, the rematch against Fisher in grand finals. Blinn, they need to recover this, push it forward.
Well, they have a showstopper and some seekers to do just that. Neural theft, not quite as high value, but it's there just in case. Get a chance to take a peek at what kind of weaponry, though, that Blinn has in this round. Might have a full buy, but I doubt it. Giannos, he's done it.
Running for the hills was Khan, but unfortunately not going to be able to get away. Falls, running into it. Teague's good for two.
No, not like this. Not again.
Falling apart. These SMGs, man, they got a lot of bite to their bark. John Hamm on the far side, sees the spike, can't really recover it safely. Has orbital, could potentially draw out their cover fire with that.
Problem with that orbital strike is, where do you put it?
30 seconds left.
Using his opponent's momentum against him to grab the spike at least. Once he forces him into the corner, gets one.
What is that? Spaz was actually just a walking flashbang.
I'm telling you, sacrificial lamb to get the round win, tied up again.
That's crazy.
So many thrifties. So many thrifties.
So very many. The showstopper from Okeanos to start the whole thing off, getting position there over at A, and massive win for Blinn. Fortunately, SJSU not out. Economy still doing okay, and as close as the scoreline is, both teams still incredibly strong right now.
Yeah, very much so. The ultimates are going to open up with the orbital strike, opening up the skies, opting to have that be. The coast is clear for Khan to take flight and take out two members of Blinn. Open sight, open plant. Khan still hiding. Another smoke. The mask, his escape potentially. He's on the run. He's caught. Oh my God, what a drop down. Boombot not going to be allowing him to get a frag back. He will be caught out.
Khan may have at one point been taking a backseat in this series, in this map, allowing for John Hamm and Cade to take the reins. That's no longer the case as Okeanos on the fadeaway. They're exiting though. This isn't a round that Blinn can win. They are done. Khan, for multiple times this half, has just taken the reins of the entirety of SJSU, finding two opening picks and dispatching with Blinn. These two saved rifles will absolutely be critical for Blinn to be as good as they can be in this next round. Instead of a round that maybe wouldn't have been the best buy, now it's full and free.
Yeah, very much free. Okay. Taking their time on this one, as they did in the last. Not opting to go. Well, no, it does look like full rush over to A. Not going to try and land this. Monsi will make his presence known. Guarding that gate.
Has the orbital, but he's gotten down. No way, Khan. That was through the smoker as it popped. Regardless, bad news as Kahim deals with Okeanos through the teleporter.
Literally too slow. About to press the button to bring the Thunder down. Will not happen for Blinn. SSU Blue, those quick picks may have just secured them. Series point here. We have Vog in the corner. A good position to stop this. If he can get the spray, it'll be good for two. Lined up, taken down. Throws down the cage. Knows the positioning. He can clean this up. He can save this round for Blinn all by his lonesome, but no. John Ham puts him in the corner and puts him down.
Do they know? Are they aware of Teague's position? This is incredibly sneaky from Teague. He has Seekers, and that sounds great, but that would give him up. So he's going to hold back, hold on. He spotted them both now. So the Seekers can be committed.
There it is.
Guiding Light over the top. He's got him split both ways. The Seekers
Flash.
connect. Guiding Light once
It's
again.
one.
John Hamm is gone. There's more to be
Has to win
found.
the 1v1.
Teague cannot deliver. It's Kahim. The sky is his to command.
Match point.
Okay, now the Spartans are on series points. Up to no timeouts, still have not been called. They want to play this through. They want to run the entirety of this map. 3 ultimates available for the Spartans. 1 orbital available for the Buccaneers. Coming into this with a really limited buy. Light armors. It's such a scary situation if you are a Blinn fan. It's such a joyous occasion if you are a Spartan fan. Just one more.
Keeping it simple. SJSU taking space out towards Hookah. Teague forces the ball back, courtesy of the Seekers. They're going to wait things out a little bit. No need to overcommit. The Prowler, the Lear coming in.
Spike plant.
JSU, they have the spike down. Orbital right onto the plant as Monty falls to the molly of all things.
All right, the counter shots are coming out. 2 down, 2v2 to end it all here. Down to 1. Kahim does it. Sending SJSU Blue to the rematch with Fisher in the finals. The underdogs from the West Coast going to Grands.
All the hopes and dreams of SJSU coming to fruition there as a 2-0 sweep. They come out. They were popping victories left, right, and center, and nobody was believing in them as they found success after success. They do it here once again. Huge surprises over on Sunset. Massive push at the end of that, as well as the win on Bind. That's where we leave things for SJSU. That is until later today, where they will be taking on Fisher Navy in the grand finals.
Yep, they got a lot of downtime. The rest regroup, talk strategy, talk what they're gonna do. We have time to rest. I'm gonna take a little drink some Wawa. We'll be back with more Samsung SSD Dreamhack Fall Open action. The grand finals coming up here in a few hours. We'll see you real soon. All right, everybody, welcome back to the Samsung SSD Dreamhack Fall Open. I'm Beautiful Crow, and I'm actually joined here by John Hamm of the winning Spartans in the grand finals on lowers. First off, I just want to ask, how are you feeling after that very crazy first game?
Honestly, we're feeling really good. We came into the tournament with like no expectations at all, and we're coming off a pretty bad loss where we all thought we played terribly. And that last game, we just felt super locked in, and everything was going our way. Like everyone was like playing to their max.
I get that. It was very hard fought. I mean, triple overtime is like exhausting just to play, regardless, right? So you had a lot of people coming into this, except for Adam, who was your biggest fan. Didn't really expect you guys to, get to this grand final spot. You were slated in here. It's like, okay, cool, wild card team, the underdog story getting in here. Now you're at grand finals on the lower side. What was that journey like just getting to this point?
Well, honestly, like I don't know what Adam's on, but like we didn't expect to be in the grand finals either. Like our team loves to joke, or joke, but I feel like they're kind of serious.
Yeah.
Or we're like going against these scholarship teams, and we just say, "We're not winning, bro." Like that's our classic line. But I feel like whenever we say that a lot, but we get in the server and we always try our best. So like I have no worries. Like everyone's always like asking, "Oh, what's with your guys' mentality? It's so bad." But then we get in the server, like everything's gone. And we always try our best, so I can't really complain about that anymore.
Totally get that. No, like I'm the same way. I'll have like the most morbid, gross jokes with my friends, but we'll lock in and we'll just do whatever we can. So I mean, that's the biggest thing here. The biggest part of the storyline, the journey of the Spartans right now is the fact that you guys are a club. Like you guys are just a band of homies. Like that get the GoFundMe done up to get here. Which now, even if you get second place, we're rooting for you to win. By the way, you still make that back, and you're potentially going to be able to double that. Can you speak about that process on like getting the GoFundMe set up, the feelings you felt when you guys found out that you raised enough to be able to help to get here to this spot? Can you talk about the feelings on that?
Yeah, I want to give a special thanks to everyone who donated to GoFundMe first, and so. Funny stories, like when we were playing the qualifiers for this event, Cade is working a full-time job, and he took days off work because we convinced him, because I think one of the teams dropped out. Yeah. And he was like, "Oh, if this dropped out, we might actually qualify." So he took days off work just to qualify for this event. And then after we won, we're like, "Wait, guys, are we even going?" And then we just thought of ideas, what we could do to get here, and someone proposed the GoFundMe, and it ended up working out.
That's so good. Like, I love that so much. And now, I mean, it's so interesting, right? Like, you're here, grand finals. I'm gonna let you go in a moment to prep and get ready to go. It's gonna be a big fight. So just right now, talk your piece, say whatever you need to get done. Let the people know how you're feeling and how great you are getting here.
Well, I'm feeling super thankful for everyone, and feeling pretty confident going into the match. We're a very momentum-based team, and I think we'll just play how we've been playing. If we play it that way, then I think we'll have a very good chance against these guys.
Awesome, great. Thank you so much. Good luck. Get ready. Now we're going to go to a quick break after this. Oh, we're still going. Oh, okay, never mind. We have another interview. You're free to go, though. You're good to go, though. Yes, see. I thought you were going to go do a break screen and we're going to magic screen it coming back. Okay, we don't got time for that, apparently. All right, now, some more questions. Got Jackson in here. How you doing, man? How you doing, man? So first off, why does Fisher have so many players?
Hey, man, we're pretty damn good at recruiting. That's all I got to say.
Absolutely. I mean, everybody knows, like, in the collegiate space, the Fisher program is absolutely incredible all across the board, multiple avenues, multiple titles. Coming in here with two different squads, you have a relatively high chance of getting to the grand finals. We didn't get, the Fisher Civil War, not going to happen, but Navy in particular, this squad, the confidence in this squad to get here on winner's side, hard fought, yes, but like, how confident in the team were you for them to get here?
I was pretty confident in the guys. I was looking at this event coming into it, and I was looking at like the rosters and everything for other teams. I was like, this is a roster that can definitely make it to a top 3 position, and now here we are. It's all just about closing out. And I think one of the big things that has really been helping us is Paint. This is Paint's first LAN, and so the motivation from him solely is like really high. Comms are good, and he's keeping the team more glued and gelled, and I think it's really going to help us in this next series.
Awesome. Okay, so it being his first LAN, like when you're putting together these squads, these super teams, these ragtag, these getting these battalions ready, what is the process in picking the right players to mesh together? Like when you have such a wealth of talent in your area.
Yeah, it's a lot about like roles and chemistry. A lot of the guys on the Navy squad have been playing together for quite a bit now, and it's a lot of just roles, right? When you look at it, it's like who's the best person to Fisher on each role, and let's try to make that mesh together. And so that's kind of what we do. But I think that you're bringing it up, like White's also another top level squad that you can't underestimate White, because White can come in here as a dark horse and still come through and make some stuff happen. Unfortunately, they fell out early in this event, but they're all here supporting Navy, and it's tough to make those decisions sometimes, but it's nice to have flexibility as well.
Absolutely.
So if somebody is, sick or something, you can move people up, you can drop people down. It's a nice feature.
Absolutely. Okay, so y'all won Legend Division, NECC. Y'all looking for another title, that nice little trophy. You saw the trophy.
It's a bigger one.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's a pretty nice trophy. The confidence in y'all coming in here. It's going to be a 2-0. I mean, high possibility. How are we feeling in that regard?
I'm feeling pretty good about this upcoming series. We were watching the Blinn SJSU game this morning.
Yeah.
And it was a little interesting to watch. Like, it was a little surprising. SJSU, time and time again, whether it be like a Red Bull LAN, whether it be NECC, whether it be NACE, whether it be this, they always come through and they show that, like, on LAN, they're actually a tough squad.
Yeah.
So Navy, they just got to have the motivation high. But truthfully, I do think at the end of the day, we are a better roster than SJSU. And I think we just have to come through and show that today.
Okay, well, that'll be coming up here in a moment. Last shout outs, thanks you want to be doing.
I just want to give a shout out to our whole Valorant program, everybody back home supporting us right now, everyone back in Boston watching the stream. So it's going to be a great game, and I'm super stoked for it. But thank you so much.
Awesome. Thanks so much for being here. Now go get ready. Got a fight going.
Thank you.
Now, Adam's telling me, all right, we can go to a break. So see you in a minute. I got you guys. All right. Yeah. All right, welcome back, guys. It all comes down to this, the final match, the grand finals between a team not many really thought would make it this far, and another team probably everybody thought would make it this far.
Yeah, the plucky underdogs with SJSU club team coming out, making it to the grand finals up against the behemoth that is Fisher College Navy. A fantastic matchup and a rematch of the upper bracket finals as well. SJSU putting everyone on notice and saying they are here to win.
Absolutely. The tale of East versus West, the rematch is happening. It was close in their last encounter. Yes, it was a 2-0, but it was still close. SJSU, they want to write a different story. They want a definitive win for them to cap off this. What a story it would be to be GoFundMe to big money in one tournament.
Especially last event of the year.
Last event of the year. We're going to get right into the maps for the scheduled matchup here. Oh, man, Vincent, let's see where we're going.
Well, if you were here yesterday, you know exactly where we are headed. It's a full rematch, baby. Bind is first, though. That is a key difference here. Bind gets to be our first map played. The Spartans will like to bring us there. Breeze, that you mentioned how close the series was. Well, Breeze wasn't so very close, to be honest with you. SJSU trying out their Yoru composition. It worked great, pretty well against Northwood, pushed it into overtime, but still not able to find success, and it fell apart against this Fisher Navy squad. Lotus, same decider that we saw, or that we would have seen yesterday, had SJSU found a way to win in that triple overtime Bind performance.
Yep, okay, so knowing we're going back into it, same maps as yesterday, the adaptations that need to be made. We just saw the Spartans play on Bind.
Yeah, we did.
We just saw how they did on that map. They need to do that plus 50 if they want to take this map number one, because Fisher, they want to repeat. They pick the same maps. We're running the same thing. We want it to be the same result.
Exactly.
The changes that need to be made. What are we looking at?
I think that if you're SJSU, you just want to focus on doing what you did just a little while ago, about an hour and a half ago. They showed what they had on offer on this map, and that worked brilliantly. So just focus on doing that same thing again. We saw the win conditions set that we talked about already. You know, having some, you need 2 out of the 3, Fahim, Khan, Cade. Those guys need to step up. And when somebody like John Hamm just takes the reins, that alleviates all the pressure that that win condition would provide. And if we see something like that, well, the sky's the limit for SJSU. Let's not lie.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw whenever Cade and Khan got going, we saw that they stood on business, put the guns down, multiple frags after multiple frags each and every round. There's no reason that they can't do that here. But map 1, Bind, or map 1 yesterday, Breeze, we saw how Lear went absolutely crazy. Lear, Floric, also Neptune, absolutely crazy. Where Jackson talked about it. Paint, it's his first time on land. But he's so confident and so efficient with how he's been playing. He's saying he feels good going into this match. That's going to be another 2-0. He says the boys are ready to play and ready to win. And honestly, I am terrified of a confident Fisher.
Yeah, and you should be for good reason. Now, let me just put some numbers to that that you just talked about, because I talked about Spaz, highest rated player in this event until that last series. It was so phenomenal. But, and here's the big but, Fisher Navy in the top 10 had like 3 or 4 players there, Chloric in that conversation, Lear in the same as well. That is what is so dangerous about this Fisher roster, is that they are absolutely deadly across the board. And I think that is what makes playing against Fisher so very difficult, even despite the question marks and seeing that, there's been changes to this team during this semester, that there has been, not necessarily all the players that are here today have been playing in all the games, with such a large roster of players between Fisher White and Fisher Navy. All of that, even still, this Fisher Navy team is incredibly strong.
Incredibly strong indeed. there's a high chance we just see the 2-0 happen here. But there's also the chance that it does go all the way to the 3 maps, and we get that Lotus that we were denied yesterday.
Yeah. I think that this is the best case for SJSU, right? They get their best map first. They just got done taking a massive win from Blinn. They're feeling fantastic. Not only did they win on their map here against Blinn, but they found a way to do it on Sunset as well. That has to be putting them up into their best performance that we've really ever seen from this squad. They have shown what they have to offer, and honestly, this is just the last step.
It really is. The last step, the last hurdle, the final challenge for the Spartans, who weren't even, ideal to be here, to make it all the way back. And it's a grand finals rematch of winners finals. What a way to tell this story. Fisher, they want to show why their program is the best in the East, if all of NA. Another trophy to that case of theirs, and we are going to bind, starting it off, grand finals time.
I think they've changed their comp.
Yeah,
There's no chamber.
there is no chamber.
Lear going over onto the Cypher, which is surprising because Lear was on the Brimstone. This is, again, Fisher changing at the last moment and giving a different look over to the Spartans. These Falcons looking to fly away with this grand final. We're getting into the action with a pistol round up. Fisher on the defense, and SJSU pulling out the attack. Question is, how is this adjustment from Fisher going to affect the way that they play and how they approach things? Because whilst we didn't necessarily see, the chamber was effective enough, Florida going 20-20 in that overtime game. I think that realistically, having the ability to rendezvous out, getting those early points to take a fight was so fantastic for Fisher. I'm wondering how they're going to make that happen without it.
Tuesday with the opening frag, dropping one on SJSU Blue. Slowing the pace to however they can. Now looks like split across the map. The spike is over at B, but a lot of Fisher. Still over at A. Cloric, though, none too bothered. Gonna get him win one gun round. Win a second with the assist of Amali as well. John Hamm, his teammates falling ahead of him. Khan pump fakes over to A. All that noise that was made, allowing them to get the plant down. 2v4. Potential win for the Spartans. They just have to clutch it up right now.
Harkening back to that last series, no pistol rounds, yet SJSU pick up the 2-0. Incredible, considering that Fat Con unaffected by the guiding light. The majority of the Falcons making their way back in through lamps and all Neptune so very aware. Catches Con on the rotation. John Hamm now all alone. 1v4 isolates the first duel, but Tuesday gets there in time. The Falcons pick up their first.
Okay. Yet to have win a pistol for SJSU Blue, but apparently if they lose the pistol, they win the game. So maybe banking on that fact, not too bothered about it. Opting to go for a stinger round. Just a little bit more firepower in their pockets to deal with Fisher Navy.
All right, so they gave this a shot on their attack side up against Blinn, and unfortunately it didn't work out, but we saw how incredibly potent SJSU were in these types of rounds where they were maybe lesser weapon rate. In this case, it's essentially even. Vaughn getting all the way in, but Lear connecting the shots. It's that Spectre finding success ×2. Yuri does find his trade frag, though that doesn't mean that SJSU really have much space to work with. They have A, but at what cost?
Only down one man, but I mean, it's up against Fisher, so this is really scary. They do play with confidence when they do have the time to. He's going to go and get that plant down. Tuesday will take out Yuri. Payton will take out Kahim, and now it's all up to John Hamm. A 1v4 with the stinger. Not very likely. Can't have it. Can't finish that frag. Floric will claim it. Fisher going up 2-0, gathering steam, gathering momentum.
And SJSU, honestly, needing to understand their win conditions a little bit better. They're working with just stingers. They can't be taking long-range engagements like they did at the back end of that. Understandable that, there wasn't a lot of space to get the plant down, but at that point, we need to try and engage on better terms.
Absolutely. So, going into this next round, a little bit more gusto. Back on the Sheriffs. Two games in a row now where the Stinger round has not worked out for the Spartans. They're forced to go back on the Pistols following.
Free, clear, up, B long, no contact made just yet, and that about to change. Kahim for the guiding light, but actually John Hamm's the one to make the connection first, though he gets dinked down pretty heavily.
Hey, information game by Neptune. He wants to finish off this frag. Will not do it. Drops down to 2 HP. But information gain will float away. It's Kahid buying time. He does have the spike, though. 40 seconds left. The call to rotate over to A is there, but there's 3 members of Fisher Navy waiting in the wings, ready to pounce, ready to strike. Yuri, be here. Has to make a decision. Paint and Lear, opposite sides of that deadly teleport alcove. They actually get through. Take 1. Push more. Tuzi calls for Paint for backup, and it's good for 1. It's good for 2. Climbing to the wall. The corner is flimsy, but not flimsy enough to help him out. As K3K will claim it. A little bit of the overgrowth to heal him up, get him back, top him off. Spike plant down just in the nick of time. 2v4. It's Neptune. It's Chloric. What can they get done? 2 HP on Neptune. He still gets the 1 frag. Goes for the second. The jumping jump shot will put him under. Chloric in a 1v2.
Ace, maybe. Oh, and it's going to have to be there for Chloric. He's got 2, but Kahim will save the day. SJSU, the Stinger's not good enough, but hey, they'll do it on Sheriffs. They'll do it on Classics. Easy for the Spartans.
Oh, man. They squeak by, but they get the round finally. A common theme we found out about game number 2. Game number 1 of the last series.
The amount of times that we saw Thrifty in SJSU and Blend's lower final matchup, simply absurd. SJSU, they're not done yet.
Absolutely not done yet. Now with rifles full on, assault is the name of the game. A-site already the idea.
Oh my goodness.
Yuri gets dropped. Paint quick with the trigger. Takes a whopping though, 8 HP. Can be recovered a little bit by Neptune. On the site, immediately peeks out and gets taken out. Cade managed to drop Lear, drops back, but 2 more fall. 2v4, 1v3, 1v2. The healing is there, but not enough. Fisher Navy strike back hard after SJSU try to pounce, capitalize.
And the Spartans trying desperately to change their pace a little bit in that last round, trying to take advantage of making first contact over there at short and then taking shower control, finding that space. Unfortunately, the sky smoke came down, and that really isn't ideal to be trying to make your way through. Yeah, you have a Lear. There's still something to work with in position, but Fisher Navy triple setup towards the right-hand side of the site and overwhelming with numbers. SJSU, because they won the previous round, they'll have a little bit of cash to work with, but once again, sticking together.
Okay. Sticking together. 2 ultimates. Orbital strike is there. John Hamm knows how to fire down some beams, I'll tell you that for sure. The Empress available for Reyna. Pushing on to B. Lear just to scout for a moment. Some shots fired, but they will pull back. B-side seeming a little too scary as John Hamm can potentially catch off Paint, who swings, sees him in the corner, wins the gunfight, headshots galore, dips out, unfortunately. Will get that frag is now The recall from the Spartans to group up. The alarm is sounded.
Trailblazer set the tone. Paint, oh, in a very nasty angle. Doesn't quite connect the shots required, and the flash is perfect to allow Khan re-entry. Can't quite adjust fast enough for Tuzi. And so that
30
puts
seconds
Fisher
left.
back into a better position on this site. Knowledge gain for Yuri about where some of these players are located, and only 23 seconds remain. In the meantime, there's a lurk out here at B. Cade has stepped up to the plate. The rotation's already happened, but it's going to be met by the teleporter. He's got to go reroute back up towards long. This is really
10
going to be
seconds
close
left.
on getting this spike down.
He's not here. He's not here. He has to body block for him, but he can't do it. Lear catches him
One
out,
enemy remaining.
stopping what they thought was a sure shot to get a plant on B. Fisher Navy with 4, stopping the Spartans at every single turn.
And I think that is a good example of where having a Cypher is really just so strong for the defense of Fisher. What you lose out in potential firepower by playing the chamber, the Cypher allows you to have so much easier success when it comes to those late round scenarios. Gathering information, finding space to work with. SJS, you learn the hard way. Bam, the showstopper straight in. And look at how far SJSU are running.
Oh my God. Running for the hills almost at this point. Hiding by Fountain over Yuri Long. But Yuri actually takes out Paint from afar. Accurate, amazing, immaculate. That's a great way to start this round. Possibly securing it for the Spartans. Just pick them off one by one. Don't try to force it. Don't try to rush it. I say that as they're doing the age-old strat of rush B.
Well, they're going to slow it down just a little bit, though. I guess things will go very much faster if Cade and Khan are getting kills like this. Now Tuzi has to clutch up, has to deal with 2 different angles, knows that nobody's coming from the hookah side for the moment, so is fighting desperately to
One
stay
enemy
alive.
remaining.
But that's before Cade jumps into hookah through that sky smoke. Absurd. Floric is left
Spike planted.
just to run away, just to hide and try and survive.
Okay. The Spartans answer back. Flurry of offense. That first pick onto Paint was so spectacular because he was giving such a deep flank with the showstopper out, potentially about to ruin the Spartans' day. But the catch allowed them to push forward even farther, opting into the chaos, running through the smoke, clearing the corners, pinpoint accuracy, getting it done.
And it's not just about the the shots fired there onto Paint. It's the adjustment from SJSU. As soon as they know that showstopper is coming, they fully disengage around the corner. Don't want to overextend and don't want to overcommit and lose out with the rocket going their way. I think it's Paint who made a bit of an over-aggressive play, particularly on his own, giving SJSU a little bit of new life.
Okay, let's see how virtuous and vital that new life is. They still have 2 rounds before they can tie it up with Fisher Navy. 3 just to push ahead. It's still
I've got your
shockingly
trail.
early in this map.
So that's giving information. Those Seekers confirming that there's only 2 players towards B. I mean, that's typically a normal situation. And Cade and Khan, they're doing it again. These 2 guys unstoppable right now, just pushing out onto the B site, and nothing can contend. The Seekers leading the charge for the San Jose State University victory.
Khan watching this angle hard, tries to go for 1, peeks out, gets tagged a little bit, but just preventing Fisher Navy to try to step up. Full force of 5, and he gets it. Give him 3. John Hamill find Lear, finish him off. A flawless round for SJSU Blue. Exactly what they needed. Morale booster, a money booster to keep them going as they gain momentum.
Indeed, those 2 rounds in a row starting to put things into perspective for Fisher. out to a bit of a electrifying start, but we've seen time and time again how SJSU are not out of a map regardless of the first 5, even 10 rounds.
Absolutely. Like, they can just swing on a dime and the complexion of the game changes. It's so scary to think about that as a factor in the back of your mind at every single turn.
Solo over towards the A site, or towards the B side, excuse me, that sniper set up. I think that's Lear over there, and this could be a great read for Fisher. With 4 players at A, the walkout from short, ready and waiting. Floric has the crossfire set as well.
Okay, Snake Bite goes out. He peeks in. Swings 1, a trade. 2 for 1 special. Fisher Navy opting for the recall. Spartan's going to route all the way back to that B site, but you know who is there, ready and waiting. It is, in fact, Lear. With the shorty in hand. Pop, pop, make him drop. He gets it. Neural theft is good. Gains a gun for his troubles. Now, Yuri, location revealed. Playing, swing around the Rosie, around the box. Does not check his right. Will get dropped as well, and Sean Ham, 1v4.
But was thinking about using the orbital strike, but now all solo, probably not so effective to be utilized. He's going to get a couple of shots at paint, but Fisher Navy pulling it off and in a thrifty fashion as well. Coming back to that same storyline of whenever these weapons are not perfect, both these squads starting to put together success. Beyond that, though, what a great call from Fisher to, they weren't on the best buy, stacking up towards the A site, allowing, once again, Lear on that Cypher. It's just you have a different breadth of game plans available to you when you have that utility.
Just lurking in the corner with a shorty, no big deal. Immediately 2 to the chest here. All right, that's gone. Yeah, amazing patience game. He didn't budge. He was told to go there, or it was his idea to go there, and he stayed the entirety of that round because he knew they were going to try, or at least had an idea of, okay, if we stop them at A, they're going to try and go B. I'll be there waiting, and I'll make it count, and he did. That puts Fisher Navy at 5 against a 3 of the Spartans. And now Paint opening frag, taking down John Ham. The orbital strike is off the table for the Spartans to try to use offensively.
Something that John Ham has been so good at, dealing with Paint on the aggression. And without that positioning, Yuri has to go backwards, and it's just a 3-man hit. Out B with Paint down. He has to pull out all the stops. With the support of Khan, it's looking a bit more likely. 3-on-3 with 35 seconds left to play. The spike coming back in towards short. The rest of the attack for SJSU already out and taking space on the site itself.
Ooh, wow. Paint, though, will get the better of his other half. Eventually, they take him out through the Radio Night boxes. Tuesday wants to get them off of this. Kahim gets the plant down, has to run for the molly. Yuri 2 HP. Can't even step forward to try and make any support help. Yuri needs it. Yuri needs it a lot, but it's not going to happen, and it's all on the 2 HP of Kahim. Gets 1, searching for the other. Goes for the defuse. The boom bot will buy time. He knows, just peeks around the corner. One flick is going to do it, but no! Kahim clutches it up, brings it to 4. 2 HP, are you kidding me?
This guy is just always good for a clutch, or 2 or 5. Easy for Kahim. The 1v2 to keep them in contention. This half could have just spiraled out of control if Fisher were able to clean that up. Instead, SJSU forcing Fisher into a terrible position. Timeout still called, though, by the Spartans. They want to talk it over, figure out what their game plan is. And it's important because their game plan surrounding these 4 ultimates can essentially secure them another round.
It could. It really could. And I thought at first it was interesting on, going into a timeout right after you win a round so scarily close. But at the same time, adrenaline pumping through their veins, hopium, going a little too crazy. Need to calm it down for just a few moments. Get a concrete game plan, as you said. about how to play around these next few. So they're about to dip out back, resume game time. The Spartans got a really, really close win there. Both of the early, well, 2 of the rounds they have won have been very, very, very close knit to being losses. They want to shape that up and get more definitive wins. Fisher Navy want to stop that immediately.
I mean, SJSU, let's just call it like it is.
There.
In the last series that they played, incredibly clutch. Individually across the board, there was not a moment where I would have considered SJSU losing in those moments. They had so many times that they were able to come across and find success. Now, Showstopper is available, collecting that orb on the B side of the map for Paint. He's got some support pushing all the way through B long.
Okay. Ace Height able to get the attack. Khan moves forward, blindly fires, but is immediately found and taken out. Drop 2. Yuri, though, will claim a return on the Neptune. How do they keep this going? They decide rotate over to B. This time, no one from Fisher Navy is on the site to stop it. They're having to run through spawn to get things done. Kahim will get a good plant off, and the Viper's Pit will be called. SJSU
I've got your
daring
trail.
Fisher Navy to step into the shadows, step into the murky mist to take this site back from them.
Here it is. JSU taking the aggressive maneuver, but Chloric is a little bit quicker to the draw. Now the Viper's Pit is the requirement for Yuri. Sitting, waiting, watching, and he's isolated the first one. Coming from the left and the right. He sees him, but Lear with a right click. Free gun, by the way, as the spike close. But he should have time. Yes, he does.
Solid 2 seconds differential there. Big shout out to Yuri for trying their best to make it work. It was so close. But the third man coming in, managing to make the difference for Fisher Navy. They saw the challenge, the gauntlet was thrown. They said, bet we'll step up and put y'all down. Keeping their lead 2 rounds.
So I've been stat hunting here.
Okay.
Just because I wanted to know how outrageous the clutch percentage was for SJSU in the lower final. And I found it. So, Kahim, 40% clutch rate. Cade at 50. Khan, here's the kicker.
Oh no.
80%.
80?
Won 4 out of 5 clutches.
What?
Man's a menace to society.
Absolutely needs to be locked up and put away. Fisher Navy looking to be the ones to do so. Oh my God, Kahim pops in, managing to grab one to Lear. This way through. Payne trying to take down 2 more. He will get 1 with the Bulldog. Payne shells off the ricochet. It's just Kahim, and he does it so low. He does it so well. Putting them in the bin. Fisher Navy now with Lear on the camera, potentially spotting out the remaining 2 members.
I love how Fisher Navy adjusting to that fast guiding light and Trailblazer play out towards the B site and trying to get control up long. Putting Paint there really puts the kibosh on that idea. Makes life miserable. Adjustment. They look towards A, but it's back towards B. It's John Hamm going to clear out the close right angle. McClurk, he's close. Not on the right. He's cut the right shots, though. Those connect. It's Yuri.
30 seconds left.
Ready to try and give it the best shot they can, but spike in hand, Paint the first to take it, and with 30 HP, there might be a chance. Oh my goodness, Yuri just about had vision split up. These 2 individual, but there's only 10 seconds left, and Lear a little too fast on the off angle.
Last round before the switch.
Fisher Navy ever increasing the lead. Now they're up by 3. Decisive gunfights being won in 1v3 scenarios, in 1v2 scenarios. You know, you think it shouldn't be possible to do this so consistently time after time, but Fisher Navy, the potency, the proficiency of these players, showing why they are so revered and so feared.
Fisher already got the win on the half. It's now a question of how much will they be leading by. And SJSU back to what's been a very faithful attack formation for them. Out here towards B. pretty much the entirety of their roster in that direction, making their way through the toxic screen. And Cade, once again, getting the opening engagement, finding a win. It's going to have to be Lear to collect a couple more frags with the support of Neptune. He couldn't even see where the hell is he getting this information. I have no clue, but Khan and Yuri in the 2-on-4 now cut to 2. Fisher Navy, they're falling apart, and it's looking crucial for Tuzi.
He has to clutch it up right now. It is all on Yuri, who gets a third. Needs to get a fourth. So scary. Jumps down into the miss. He doesn't see him. Through the side, through the corner. Tuzi clutches it up again for Fisher Navy, putting in the 8s.
Tuzi smooth with it. Big sigh of relief from the Fisher Navy squad, I would imagine, after the heroics that Neptune put together. Nearly tossed away off the back of some incredible gameplay from Yuri, alongside some help there, but Fisher, 8-4, what a great first half that is. I mean, keeping in mind that they're on SJSU's pick.
Yep.
And we've been seeing what SJSU have to offer. Aren't quite seeing the same John Hamm nor the same Khan that we had seen previously. And I think that is number one issue at the moment for SJSU.
Okay. Tuzi, absolutely insane on that clutch last round to send him through. Back to the pistol. A little bit of Spartan's kryptonite. Fisher Navy, so concrete in getting these executes, securing these rounds away. Held well in defense, now on attack. Let's see how potent they can be.
JSU, Cade stuck and taking shots. Gets a dink, but doesn't find anything further with Paint. Coming in with 2 frags of his own, John Hamm is stuck back sight.
So many smokes.
Little to do other than wait. Kahim, cutting light, he's going to get the shots in, but Neptune jumping right at him. Find success. SJSU unable to find anything here in this pistol round. Yuri is the last man standing, full HP, but not for long. Paint with a triple, and SJSU still yet to win a pistol round today.
Yeah, the curse continues. It's like they inherited Mizzou's curse.
They really did, actually.
From Friday, from Saturday. Just not having it happen so far. And now they're down considerably. Need to shore up 5 rounds just to tie it. This time, they're going to go straight for the pistol round. Not going to attempt to do the stinger strat. That has not worked for them. They have found success in these pistol saves post pistol round.
It's been one of the only saving graces of that pistol devastation is the fact that they're always so fantastic with the classics, the sheriffs, whatever it is they have, they will make work. A little bit of a slow start for Fisher. They're just playing default, waiting, watching, and looking for any sort of SJSU aggression, knowing that SJSU do like to get a little wacky on these types of rounds, as you should.
John Hamm playing danger close. Right on the other side of a bad scenario. Wants to drop a few more smokes down. Neptune hiding as well. Playing it patiently because Fisher Navy know they can get the upper hand. All they have to do is wait for the Spartans to slip up. They will take the first shot, take the first blood. Onto the B site, wide open. The Spartans now running, rotating over. Paint, waiting. The lounge will trade his life for it, but still gives the advantage over to his team. Chloric wrapping on the side, gets double.
Keeping it clean.
First to double digits, first to 10.
Yeah, been a rare sight to see where Fisher Navy are clean in their anti-eco. It's always been so dangerous, and it's encouraging to see them find some success there into this one. Gun rounds out. SJSU. There's not a lot for them to work with if they lose this round. It's actually massively important that they win this gun round.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, this is do or die time for the Spartans. It has to start here, and they cannot crumble. But Fisher Navy's been so good at dissecting them at every turn, getting the upper hand on peaks like that. Paint, are you serious? I didn't even see the pixel that you hit.
What are those smokes? The full back of the site. Nobody's allowed to play there. Nobody can fight in paint. Just walking into a very nice position. Caloric catches Kahim as they saw that the A site empty for the moment. Gotta go somewhere, and they had to be going through Shower. 2 frags found on the Sheriff. And the SJSU gun round, it's seemingly over.
At this point, it's looking very, very bad. Down to Cade, down to Yuri. Unless Cade goes absolute god mode right here. Still has 1 Lear. But it's very, very difficult to assume that they can make this 2v4 work. Yeah, they're just going to call it off, call to rotate over, save the guns, save the money, save themselves the trouble.
And I think this is, number one, they have to. Number two, the reason that they have to is just as we were talking about. The economy will be busted. They would have to essentially just give up this next round, play for the eco, and then play up against 12 for who knows how long. But it might be that anyway. It's not like them saving these 2 rifles is going to give them more cash to work with.
Yeah, I mean, unless you don't want to spin, but they do manage to at least get Cade's rifle. Yuri not so lucky, unfortunately. So now, going into it, Fisher Navy 1 away to putting it at map point.
They're sending it. They're going for it. Cade, the only actual Vandal or Phantom on the board. They've got a Bulldog. They've got a Guardian.
Yep.
And Kahim, cash to, get one of those.
One of those.
Or maybe a Spectre. Kind of depends on what he's looking to grab. But here's what we do know. Okay, wait, no, they just adjusted. SJSU have a good chance with regard to their weaponry in this round, but they are saving enough to buy into the next.
Okay, the switch to the double stingers on the backside of that. Playing at the wrong long range, that's the wrong move for you.
That's
You
the one
cannot do
rifle.
that.
Cade had the only gun, and he's already gone.
Absolute abysmal move that the Spartans will pay for. Yuri gets immediately taken out. 3v5 is going into the smoke. Meat grinder apparent. On Ham, Stimby get down, picks up another stinger. Managing to get the Phantom, but what can he do with it?
Got the support of Khan, but unfortunately it does not matter. Fisher Navy, they're on 12. A 12-4 scoreline. SJSU currently looking out of steam.
Yeah, I mean, they had a really hard-fought series earlier, and that's kind of, the bane of these long lands, these tournament formats, these grand finals. If you're in lowers, at disadvantage, right? Some might say, oh, they get a warm-up match to get up here.
It's true.
It takes a lot out of you regardless, especially with how they fought in that 2-0. It's air apparent here that whatever they thought was working is not.
Double-edged sword certainly can be. Well, unfortunately for SJSU, Fisher slaying them on the battlefield right now. Nothing they have done is worked on bind. Yuri is the only one left here at the A site trying to play defense. He's trying to work his way around. He's got a great timing on a Tuesday, but the Clark in the quick trade, and now with the Viper's Pit into fruition. It's up to Khan to provide the support once again. Kahim on his left side will try and make their way through off the guiding line. It's so very strong. Kahim adjusts quick enough. And now Khan,
The last
the clutch criminal.
has to do it. Vulnerable inside the pit. One flick to rule them all. Walks right into the barrel of Chloric, though. The gas is green and the gas is good. And it leaves Fisher Navy going 1-up here in the grand finals.
On Bind, where we've seen SJSU put in so much work and find so much success. Here they fall at the largest peak. Problems are brewing, but Fisher Navy looking unstoppable.
Yeah.
This team is fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Unfortunately, the Spartans not able to replicate the success of their previous match. Will be a repeat of the match they had yesterday. Now they got to run it back. The rematch on Bind didn't go their way. Maybe the rematch on Sunset will go their way.
On Lotus.
Lotus is third, right?
Yes.
We're going to the second map.
We are, indeed.
Wait, Lotus is second?
Breeze is second.
Breeze is second. Oh, they did the full run back.
Indeed, they did.
Terrific. Well, we got Sunshine and Beaches coming up regardless of where it is. Going to throw it to a quick break, and we'll be right back for the grand finals of the Samsung SSD Dreamhack Open. Damn, they got fucked.
They sure did.
They got a whoop.
How's your SJSU today, dickhead?
Like I said, I guess I'm gonna find their merch. There it was. Looking like a 2-0 angle.
Yeah. Okay. What's that? Okay.
Motherfucker's crazy, but. Hey, welcome back, guys. We just saw quite the shellacking once again on
did.
Bind. Game number 1 of the grand finals here at the Samsung SSD Dreamhack Fall Open. I'm Beautiful Crow. I got Vincent with me. We got another game coming up. This is the last chance for the SJSU Spartans to push it to map 3 to keep this series going, to keep their grand finals win dreams alive.
Yeah, I think that, that first map really didn't show us the best of what SJSU have to offer.
Yeah.
The problem is that is their best map, and now looking towards Breeze, the Falcons, they dominated in the upper bracket final against SJSU on this map. I'm curious to see if we'll continue to see that Euro composition or if SJSU will go fall back on what they had before. Regardless, I'm a stats guy, so I went searching during the break, and I was I was pumping up Smash, talking about how he's the highest rated player in this event. That is still true, by the way. But you know who 3, 4, and 5 are?
The rest of Fisher Navy?
Yeah, Neptune, Cloric, and Lear.
Man, it's almost like we expected Fisher Navy to get here and win the whole thing.
They certainly are showing that they have what it takes to do so. A strong team from the start. And heading into Breeze, what will we see?
Right,
First
agent
question
selects.
answered here on the agent select screen.
Oh, wow. Okay, so that was the big thing. We were checking to see if the Spartans were going to run back the Yoru. They will, in fact, do that. It's locked. It's loaded. They're going to do it. They're saying it works. Trust me, there's science and sources behind this. So now we have to get it done. They have to get it done to get to a map number 3. Fisher, they just need this one more, and they're very confident on this map, on Breeze.
That they are. You know what's also different, though, about the way that they're approaching this? They've made another adjustment. They've got no omen.
Yeah, no omen. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, putting a lot of faith and, well, understanding that that cipher does mean a whole lot. As they start out on the defensive side, we'll see exactly what that looks like. So, it also kind of begs the question, the way that they play this map, SJSU, they are really reliant on John Hamm and controlling the A side of the map, where previously Yuri on the Viper would be moving around a lot, depending on how they wanted to approach the defensive side. Now, with John Hamm on the Viper, I wonder how their A default's going to look. It looks like they're sticking in the same spot, at least for the pistol round.
Okay, played it very slow. Kahim sounds the alarm, sees more coming, fires the 6-shooter. Not going to get any kills, but a few tags. Paint will be the first to drop, but immediately returned by Neptune's been so clutch. Being there when he needs to be on the orange box. Will get a frag onto John Hamm. Gets another 3 this early on. Will be returned, though. Make that 4 for him. Man is so good, but will be felled by K3K doing what he needs to do. 1v2. K3K versus 2 of Fisher Navy. Opting to back off for now. Allowing them breathing room. The spike has yet been planted. Will finally be done to by Lear.
Planted the spike.
Yeah, but Cade, we just talked about the clutch stats and where Cade falls within those strong contender, to be sure. Oh, so much information on the back of that camera, and that's enough to allow Tuzi to swing through 8 HP. No issue, not for Fisher. The Falcons continue to put SJSU on the back foot and also continue our favorite stat, which is pistol rounds lost.
Yeah. Unfortunately, no pistol still for SSU Blue. Now going for the early favorite on Breeze, the Marshall round.
Yeah, but they aren't full investing here. Keep in mind that this is still an eco half by, whatever you want to call it. We'll be purchasing up next. How passive Fisher are. Cloric is all the way in spawn. Gets traded by Kahim as the second shot doesn't quite get the kill, but does do damage.
Okay. Paint holding down the angle. Good early trade by the Spartans. Now want to try catch out the rest of Fisher Navy. I mean, you see the map right now. Pushing up through mid. Looking like they're trying to rotate, lurk over through to the B site. Very much watched by the Spartans. Neptune did get nicked a little bit in the crossfire earlier on. So now sitting at 24, all he has to do is land that one, land that nice headshot to make it happen. So going through.
Good crossfire though. Set and ready. Info gain off the back of the 0 point for Neptune, and it's going to give some confirmation as the split towards B comes to fruition. Cade going for a quick no scope, doesn't connect, and now it's Yuri who's in some trouble.
Absolute sad moment for SJSU Blue. Maybe you want to switch to the classic, maybe get those right clicks off. Unfortunately, not going to be the case. Spike will be planted under the cover. Tuzi actually takes down Kahim, Painting to round it out, make sure it's all done. 2-0 for Fisher Navy as they are off to a great start here on Breeze.
Really slow and methodical round from Fisher. Those Falcons taking their time. doing a loop around to check all the boxes and ensure that SJSU don't walk away with more than they should deserve. This is a bit of a bonus, but not very much of one. Clark is reinvested into the Marshall to keep his economy strong. Everybody else is pretty much good for it.
Revealing area.
Let's see. Pushing all the way forward. SJSU, they do like to do this pretty often. Up B in towards elbow. Nobody caught into that position for the attackers as Fisher. They're going to get up in the nest as well, clearing out a bunch of angles.
Yep. Oh my God. Look how just invested they are. Not even going to try to have anybody peek up. Not even try to catch anybody, right? It's literally just holding on the sights, holding this defensive line. Cade pushing up a little bit in the mid. Peeks his head out. Will take down Neptune. Huge factor dropped off in this round. Now, how much more can they grab? What all else can they get as Paint in reverse game? Here's the running. Sees him going down. Thought he missed, but no. It is actually going to be gone. No fake out, no clone.
Cade's in such an unorthodox position here. Holds the trigger finger until they come around the corner. Cade, another triple kill. Coming from the jet. Susie, who gets towards the site, but he's cut to pieces. Kahim will stop the bleed as SJSU in the lead. 2v1.
20 HP on Lear.
I have retrieved the spike.
Left to his own devices for now. Allowed to breathe. Have some room, but no. John Hamm will catch him. Get it. No spike plant points for you. Now the Spartans finally get around. It's been a minute since they've won one. Now they get around in.
Yeah, nearly shut out in the second half of. In fact, they were shut out in the second half.
They were shut out. Yeah.
Now that I'm thinking about it. So it has indeed been quite a while. But that was the bonus. Now SJSU, it's great that they pick up that round, but their biggest issue isn't over. They still need to start to find some success. Unfortunately, missing the blind side on the first attempt. The second one should go a bit better.
Yeah, but there's a full rush on the A. Open season. They're going to grab it. They're going to get it. Now, how do they hold it? Fisher Navy want the touchdown. Man on the moon on the A side. They will grab two. But John Hamm managing to take down more. Playing around in a very awkward position. Joker's to the left. Also to the right. Sees one, gives up the information, but he peeks and he grabs it. He's good. Surviving for a moment as he flick over. No. Just in time to see a strike fall. Try to play the do-si-do, but he will not get it. A massive 3K coming for Glory, who K3K gets it. Shuts him down. Last man standing.
John Hamm did so much work there. Would have been such a devastation if they could not pull it off. And Kate says, "Don't worry, buddy. I got your back." The two final frags required as the Blade Storm finds its mark. John Hamm and Cade, dynamic duo for the SJSU squad.
Cade 3K, and the K stands for clutch in this instance. Managing to salvage a miracle to keep this even for the Spartans.
And this is why it was so important. Momentum, that's one thing. But forcing Fisher back down onto lesser weaponry is incredibly important to start to build back up and find some of this success. Paint and the Blade Storm, though, will allow a lot of places to work through. Out here at A, all the blades adjusting in quick succession. Paint gets away, but Kahim, he's got two before he goes down. Still needs to deal with a player on site, and that's Khan, who's not in behind the back lines through that toxic screen.
Cutting through.
Hey, Yuri and Lear meeting on the back foot. Gonna be a trade. It's Tuzi with the dually. Gonna grab one. Khan, 1v2. Has sight. What? To his right. He's stuck it in, but he doesn't lose. Khan wins. 2v1, clutch up. Pushing them ahead.
The clutch criminal strikes again. He has gotten away with it time and time again. Oh, what an incredible clutch.
Back-to-back clutches. Cade and Khan stamping their flag, saying we are here. Operator in hand now for the Spartans. They want to grow this lead even more.
Might be down, but certainly not out of this one. Here's that aggression. Oftentimes, they try and push the up through B, and Payne has the entire read, knows what's happening, and Khan stuck. Not quite alone, has some support, hits the first shot, and need more, and he can't deliver it. With Yuri working from behind. He's got the first frag. He can adjust onto the site around the pillar. Neptune, he's got there in time. There's almost not enough for SJSU unless Kahim could make this happen.
Okay, Dart goes out, gathering as much information as he can. Backed himself into a corner. Suboptimal positioning, but he has to make something work. Shot Dart will land. They lined up for him. He got two. The spike did not get finished planting. Potential 1v1 victory. Three clutches in a row. But who shoots through that wall?
What do you mean?
It's Chloric getting the win, getting the plant. Back to tie game.
Chloric with a soul read. He just timed that beautifully.
Have money.
I mean, that he knew where he was, but are you kidding me? There's so much wall to shoot. You choose that brick? What?
Oh my God. Fighting hard, literally to the last breath, every single time. Unfortunately, two clutches seem to be the limit for SJSU Blue. No three-peats for them. Back to a tied game. Fisher Navy, they want to say there's no way we're getting to a map 3, and Khan unfortunately can't win in his opening pistol. Lear through, no vision, gets it done. Fisher Navy 5v3, looking massively confident, getting the victory to push them back in the lead.
SJSU with not much to work with here. The post plant about to get started. Great shot from Tuzi. Cade up in the air, and he still couldn't find any success. Yuri position known as Payne walking around the corner. Neptune will get the frag before Payne goes down. That is clean sweep for the Fisher Navy squad.
Yep.
Taking the point over towards the lead, 4-3. Khan on the op.
Okay, yeah, about to say op bot again, but swapped around. It's on Khan rather. Cade, very unlucky in that opening with the op that he had, immediately got dropped. Hopefully positioning better with Khan in this situation.
I will say that Cade, the matches that I saw with regard to SGSU on this threes, that is a pretty common strategy that they employ. Could have been read, could have just been watched in the past. 0 point denied, so no information and no suppression. As Fisher Navy overwhelmed the mid area, nothing stopping them from their approach towards B for the moment, though this is all a little bit of a bait, not a guarantee for the B hit.
Yeah, I mean, look how hard they're hovering towards, staying in mid, have not made the concrete decision. Losing Payne. Big win for the Spartans. Is now Fisher Navy have to make the call. Do they want to try and stick this one and rotate over? The spike is still in mid. Plenty of time to work with.
Oh, but they're lurking out. Kahim needed to get the 1-for-1. Doesn't do it, but John Hamm, maybe he can. First shot is there. Gets info about where they're located as Neptune. Catches Cade in rotation. Bad news for SJSU. They have to retake towards the site, but they still have so much space to do so until John Hamm goes down. The op for the refrag, and Khan can dimensional drift his way out of there and clear out some angles up and around Orange with Yuri on the flank.
Very good flank from Yuri. Potential damage-making moment here. 2v2. Do they win these? Khan looking down the barrel, has his wizard sidearm. Does not get the 1v1. It's all on Yuri. So tense. Is revealed by the bolt. Fisher just have to hold it down to keep this lead.
Another recon as well. They've got so much time, and Yuri's out of it.
Yep.
One
Has to
enemy
back off.
remains.
Nice
Picks
shot.
one off on the rerun, but he gets a clutch. No time to defuse. Unlucky for him. Fisher Navy still win, but it was so close.
One of my
Walking
cameras
out
is
with a
broken.
bit of a consolation with those 2 kills, but going to be frustrated, I'd imagine. The outcome there. Close, but no cigar. Fisher Navy continuing to put the pressure on. Mid-presence has been something that Fisher have taken almost every round,
Yeah.
and SJSU, a lot of times they, in the past, have worked to fight against that, but in these last 5-6 gun rounds, I haven't really seen them do so. I'm wondering if maybe that's an adjustment that they could make to deal with Fisher.
Okay. Coming into this, we said that the Spartans were going to have to fight hard just to stay afloat on Breeze. It's been very apparent their defense rounds generally better for them than their attack rounds, and they're still down by 2 here. Fighting very, very hard, arguably, but they have to fight even harder as Khan will be able to grab 2, picks up the Guardian.
Set the TP into position as well. As long as he gets that first shot, he'll be okay. And Tuzi, it's made it all onto him. 1v2, and Chloric will deliver. Here we go again. Fisher Navy. These grand finals are theirs.
Yeah, they want to make it that 2-0. They don't want to risk the reins of a map 3. 3 rounds ahead now. Want to keep extending that. SJSU Blue, they're trying so many different things, so many different combinations of buys to get by, but it's not happening. It's just these small slipping moments where they look left where they should have looked right, costing them dearly in these rounds.
Well, they'll try the operator one more time. It's certainly something that they can put into good positions. They're taking some elbow positioning for falling back around the corner. Oh my goodness, Chloric cut the long-range attempt at the Hunter Siri. That doesn't quite do the damage nor find the success, but what it does do is push SJSU back from their mid-presence they were starting to try and pose. The operator still hanging out at B, and the third joining the A defense.
Okay. I love the use of control around mid that Navy are playing around, right? Their ability to dip into all these long angles and then come right back to mid before they make a decision has been key in a lot of their victories here. As Lear will fall off of the angle that Cade was watching. His Paint has the knives out. They want to push on to A. All indexing over there. It's only Yuri and Kahim that are here.
It's a great setup, though.
Oh my God.
Kahim can hold back while John Hamm fights around the corner. Cade coming in to provide support as John Hamm walks one that gets the other. One more to find right in the middle of these pyramids, and Neptune all on his lonesome and just 13 HP, and the null command, I guess, could be used, but that won't be necessary as Cade says goodbye.
He kind of just accepted it at that point.
Yeah.
It's just like, all right, I got you guys. It's whatever. They can afford to lose a few rounds. You know, what they were being 3 rounds ahead, not too much skin off of their back to give that one up in that situation, right? No need to sweat harder than you need to, right? Fisher Navy, though, still very much in control of this game. Still very much in control of this series. SJSU Blue have to wrestle that out of their hands.
There it is. 2 more rounds left in the half, and on. Oh, where does this goal go?
What's even?
Missing the mark, and Cade can't connect either.
Oh no.
They're trying to deal with this mid-aggression that I was talking about, and unfortunately, they don't find anything at all. Now, John Hamm taking the timing, pushing forward, getting rid of the null command as well with Yuri's support all the way back on the site. Playing from the boxes Lear in the late one, lurking up through elbow. Puts SJSU Blue in a bad spot with the exception, though, of Kahim. He's come to play, and Chloric needs to save the day.
On Kahim, challenging him for the long angle, telling him to swing, bro. Swing for me. Yuri hears him, gets it done. Now they're within 1 round.
Last round in the half.
Last round before the swap. The last round before back to the pistols. SJSU Blue want to tie this up the best they can.
I have money.
Fisher on a stinger round. It's their best opportunity to do so.
Great timing, actually, to break Fisher's economy right into the final round of the half. That's going to feel good. Now, granted, down to a couple of players. John Hamm thinking about what he wants to have, and the judge is the answer. The Viper Spit ready to go. That's a phenomenal weapon to be wielding. Unfortunately, the A site not where the majority of Fisher, or any of them, are going. Instead, they're out to B. The Null Command gets activated.
Oh my
Yuri,
God.
the gunplay is just good enough. And the Hunter Siri not affected by the Null Command from the flank. He picks up Tuzi, and the man advantage is now in the hands of SJSU.
Okay. That long distance, long range laser coming through. Kahim managing to save his mate's life. Tuzi in a position to cause a ruckus, but will be silenced. Now 2v3, it's still close. You can be a man up, but you can never count Fisher Navy out, especially when Neptune is on the field. 50 seconds left.
One enemy
The
remaining.
Spartans get another one.
Spike
Cade,
down,
now
B.
unbound and unchained, will claim the life, claim ahead, dashing forward, looks for another. As Kahim will clean it up. Tied up at the half. Best possible scenario
Switching
for the
sides.
Spartans.
Shaky start, but they get it done. The
3 in a row.
Falcons finding some really good momentum in the middle of that half of the 4-round run, but it's only half 6-6. After the start, they'll be feeling a little bit hard done by, but with the map up, they've got so much going for them already. No worries. SJSU up against their most vile enemy.
Yeah,
Pistol rounds.
absolutely. Okay. Back to pistols. The Mizzou curse inherited by SJSU.
Hey, Mizzou broke their curse.
They did. And that's why it's on them now.
SJSU cannot or have not been able to do so yet.
Yet.
Change right here and now. The fact is, they are overcoming even in the lower finals, despite not finding any success. Look how forward Fisher are taking a lot of mid presence. They've already got a bunch of knowledge as SJSU walk back the other direction for
I have
B.
the spike.
This is a great read, at least on paper. But Yuri caught by Paint in rotation.
Standing ahead.
Okay. The onus is let's go B. We got this. There's only one. It's Tuzi though.
Oh,
Lear
man.
is there to back him up. Managed to take one. Cade catches, paints in mid. We'll take him down. 3v4. Fisher Navy with the man advantage. Tuzi spinning around, being the definitive defender on the B site. Him and Lear will get it done.
Where will they go this time?
The curse is still standing, and now the question: SJSU, last 3 attacking anti-ecos, they've gone for a force up. It doesn't look like they want to do that here.
Right. Okay, gonna stay in the pistol lane. They didn't win the official pistol. Maybe they can win the, the
Well,
after.
It's been one of their strengths, to be certain, but it's 0 point finding 3 players out elbow. Just looking at the way that this is being approached by SJSU, spread out in more default positions.
Yep.
Oh man, missed shot. Sean, lucky to be getting away with that.
Yeah. Guess who's gonna return it though? K3K making it happen. It's a great frag to be grabbed. So now the call to rotate. Yuri says, bros, back me up here. We moving. Push it up through mid.
An adjustment. You're going to have to deal with this mid player pushed all the way down. Lear Funny
I
position.
can
Gonna take the first shot. He'll get 3 right in a row. Lined him up, has to go for the reload, and even that isn't
30
gonna
seconds
stop
left.
him. 4 frags and Lear. Ace potential, but I don't think Neptune's gonna give him any time of day. Lear's running at him.
No, ace denied. But the round still goes the way of Fisher Navy all the same. An absolute tragedy, a disaster. Lear full of malicious intent, hell bent on ruining the Cinderella story of the Spartans. And they are just a few away from making it happen.
Is the clock striking midnight? Or are we going back in time? That's the question on the SGJSU mind.
Man, they couldn't get it done with that patented after pistol round. Now they're back on some rifles.
I mean, this is still a tight game.
Very
Keeping
much
it
so.
very competitive in the first half. SJSU have set themselves up for success, even though that pistol doesn't go their way. It's not a loss by any means. Out onto the B site, they have the front of the site with Khan delivering a double kill. He's got them all. Khan, another frag, and Paint is left all alone. Was on a flank. Now he's on a save, trying to hang out and stay alive with that op.
Absolutely took that personally. Khan said, and I took it personally, wanted to put up the numbers,
Oh yeah.
get them beats back, get them frags back. And we said it was close. We have established this game, this map has been close ever since the start. It's been traded leads back and forth and back and forth. SJSU want to get back to tide and pull ahead. Fisher Navy maybe getting a little bit overconfident on that swing, on that last play. But definitely still in the driver's seat here. Lots more to do.
Very true. But this is also on the attack side where I think the best of the Yoru can really come to fruition. The fact is that we didn't really get to see what it could do in their previous game. Now I think we can. Khan starting out in the first gun round by putting that on display for everyone to see. SJSU. Second time they'll have weapons in their hands, and with the look of things, they're going to go back to their standard game plan, trying to take mid control early, working Yuri out towards the elbow area. In the meantime, watching and waiting for the push to come in.
The swing is not good. Paint will take a little bit of chip to that finish, but he still stays alive as they are pushing forward now. Talk about the offensive power of this Yoru. Trying to make it work is the lineup for the Spartans. Chloric will not fall for that. He's too good, too sharp. As he rotates away.
Good options for SJSU already. That's an owl drone that will give Chloric some knowledge about the posture of SJSU and where they're thinking about going. And that's why SJSU elect to walk back towards B. It's false information. An operation that hasn't been so successful as Paint even falls.
Oh my God.
That's John Hamm. And oh, so brutal. It's a rotation to B. Kaheen finds success. Cade the same. It's Fisher Navy in trouble. And the spike dropped in the back of the site. Wait, that was a stinger? I just assumed it was a Vandal.
I thought it was patched. I swear it was patched. That's what they told me, but Lear apparently knows differently. Spike will go down, and it's all actually falling onto Chloric.
I seem to remember this, actually.
This happened a little while back.
Yeah. Chloric, in a bit of a cruel sense of irony, postulated in the same position as his teammate in the last round. And, oh no, Chloric missing the mark. I mean, this is still a good spot to save in, but...
Is he baiting him? He's 100% baiting him here.
I mean, he's trying to.
Keep,
It didn't quite go where they wanted.
they want to keep Rapunzel trapped in the tower. Kay's gonna finish it off. Did it get up? Did it pick it up? I believe it recovered.
Yeah, I mean, they could have grabbed it if they wanted to. I don't know if they wanted it, though. Not necessary for the attack side, and they do leave it at that. So they'll stick with the rifles, and you know, coming into an anti-eco, that's just fine.
Right.
In general, just fine. You know how strong the Vandals are on Breeze.
Yep. Okay. All tied up once again. SJSU with these getting these ties, man. I'm telling you. Might as well call them a men's warehouse. It's absolutely insane.
Speaking of scoped weaponry, though, some marshals to be working with. The fake out being put into position, and we'll get the TP onto the side as well.
Oh my God, Khan.
Right through that toxic screen. He does just get the one, though.
Yeah, was
Maybe a bit too committed.
Yeah, dropped pretty low. Was able to be picked off. Tuzi, the sheriff enthusiast, got a lot of info, a lot of reads, but he misses every shot. Oh my goodness, John Hamm going a little ultra instinct there, dodging out the revolver shots, but unfortunately, Kate big game hunting with the marshal, taking him down. Now Chloric looking to rewrite this into the pass. Has it lined up for two. Can't get it done.
Oh no.
Payne recovers it though. 2v3, 2v2, 2v1. SJS Blue gonna get it done. Down to a 1v1. The dance is there. The dance is good. Blue suede shoes for Chloric.
Oh, he doesn't have time. He's out. That's unfortunate. Navy making it happen, but losing the round. But so much done. Even still, SJSU on the back foot from that one.
Yeah.
Now, granted, their money still okay to buy, but Fisher have to provide. It's just the threat.
Got a little bit more cheddar in the pockets. You know, a few more jewels. The bank account looking good. You're not worrying. Gonna grab some good guns. Push forward even more. The Spartans winning on a technicality. Given Navy a dose of their own medicine from earlier in the first half.
This dimensional drift, though, providing a ton of knowledge available as Cade going to apply the pressure out through door. Gone. Just going to TP out of there. It knows that there's nobody up until that point, and that's good enough for him. The plant goes down to the right-hand side.
Spike planted.
And a 5-on-5 retake activated for Fisher Navy.
Yeah, they want the full course. As John Hamm catches Lear lacking, but Payne says, I got you. Knives out, knives down. That's a double. Wants to push for more. He's beating him in there, Cade. Trying to match blades with blades, but won't get out done. Payne is low. Can't finish out Khan. Tuesday going for the defuse. It's all up to Khan to clutch it out. He looks left. Dodges right. Stays alive. Has to reload. Trapped in the corner. He gets one. Can he do it again? He needs just a little bit more to buy some time. Chloric walking forward. Khan gets done in.
But he's done
but
enough.
There's still no time. Chloric.
Back to back. Not enough
If you're not a
time.
good shot
Their
today,
worst enemy at the moment
there are
for
other ways
Fisher
to be
Navy.
useful.
And it's all been put down. SJSU are not only leading, but they have some backup plans. 2 rounds of easy victories versus the spike timer.
Oh my God. Staying alive, keeping their dreams, their hopes for that trophy, that pretty NECC trophy.
Lotus
They
would
want
be
it.
our decider. And here we are back to the business at hand for SJSU. These Spartans making their presence known across the map, just taking a moment to allow themselves to deal with aggression wherever it may come.
Okay, the long walk towards B site seems to be the plan here for Blue. As it is only one there. It is only Tuzi. So been a really good guardian of the site, armed with the sheriff. Gets his man, but will fall.
I know
And
exactly.
the rest of the
where
Fisher Navy squad, can they pull this back in their favor? John Hand lays down the pit. They want this win because the plant is good. Now, how much time can they buy?
Well, that recon vault will certainly help out. Kane, though,
enemy
waiting right
remaining.
around the corner.
Last
Cloric with a
player
shot
standing.
dart, and then more. It's not enough because Khan is here to deliver. SJSU, the Spartans have a clutch king, and his name is Khan.
All right, off of that one. The first time out, Fisher Navy, they need to regroup and rethink for a moment.
A little bit of a moment, and Fisher, I don't know where they are necessarily going wrong. They took some early mid-control last round. They didn't lose out in the early engagements. It really has been just the clutch moments in these last 3 rounds that have been their biggest frustration. I can't see, it's easy to say speed up those retakes, but that's not so simple. Not so easy.
Okay, you're right. It is not that simple. It's a massive laundry list coming down for that to be effective as we are exiting out of this timeout. SJSU Blue looking to push it to map point, looking to push it to map number 3, the decider. And how great would that be for grand finals to go all the way there? Fisher Navy, they say, nah, bump all that.
It would be poetic. It truly would be.
Yeah.
In so many ways.
Who's next?
Club school,
My camera.
SJSU don't have all the support the likes of Fisher have, and they're still fighting. Lead in their hands. Cloric takes a couple of shots all the way through, but it's not the Hunter Fury, it's Lear and Payne from the rifles that are making the biggest difference, with Neptune joining in on the A site. It's a boatload of X's on the board where SJSU used to live. It's a flawless Fisher Navy.
Yeah, they bite back and they bite hard. Taking off flesh and bone from the Spartans. Shortening that distance between rounds. Okay, the Spartans maybe getting a little spooked there, you know, but still so close to that victory. They know they can taste it now. They just cannot afford to let it slip.
Falcons, they've been flying high all tournament long. Had their run through that upper bracket. SJSU hoping to knock them out of the sky, or at least find their way to a third map. Oh, adjustment over towards the A side pretty quickly as well. Don't know what's caused this, but SJSU, I think they have a bit of a timing, and they absolutely do. There is plenty of utility courtesy of this Cypher, but it's not as if that's going to deny the spike getting towards the site.
Yep, okay, so they have bonus on A side. They will grab it, and now it's down, but Lear, something to say about it, swings in one. Takes one for a trade as well. 3v4. Health bars on blue are dropping significantly. Neptune is now on the site to try to make this happen. Sonar Dart goes out. Very good visual. Yuri's good for one. Goes out the cage. Barely surviving there.
That missed shot from Payne really helping out, because now
It went right by his
these
head.
final 2 players for Fisher Navy are stuck trying to fight the 2-on-2. Kane delivering. It's up to Yuri out in mid on the site. Things still not going the way of SJSU. 20 seconds remain. Payne just disengaging from the first fight, and Cade trying to isolate the duel, has to recover the spike, has done so, and just in time will be able to put that down. Yuri, HP low, Cade the same, and they're so incredibly dissipated. Nothing but 1v1s across this. Cade and Yuri trying to stick together to a certain extent. They have to imagine that Payne's in the flank now.
They have to, as has been called off. Look at them pulling back towards mid. The push forward from the sides from Fisher Navy. Still eyes on there. The spike ticking down. Cloric will take out Cade, and he gets a second. The defuse is good, putting them at 10, arm's length away from tying it once again. The Spartans tried to buy as much time as they could with how low their health bars were. You had to assume they weren't going to try to take the actual gunfights, but just to buy time, it was not enough. Fisher Navy now at 10.
With Fisher finding double digits, it's now a question for SJSU. I don't even know if they have real money to buy. It looks like they're doing okay. Okay, but not great.
Okay, but not great.
Yeah, never mind. I think some selling occurring there at the last moment. So a tie game likely, but not a guarantee. John Hamm has the hero rifle. Back pocket, and Floric finally, after so many near victories, doing the damage and finding a couple of key kills in the clutch.
Oh, he's caught. Actually walks right by him.
No, the fake out. Not even there. All a little bit of a bait, and though Lear didn't see it, it doesn't even matter.
Okay, all is quiet on the A site, but the rumbling, I feel it on the ground. I feel it in the walls, and Lear starts it off hot, takes down Khan. Okay, with the pop in, gets him back. Paint, though, still with the operator in hand, causing so much mayhem.
Wind condition, though, could be Cade on this blade storm. Get the plant down, Kahim. Contending with the owl drone, it's Tuzi. Let's John Hamm. Now Cade really has to step up. He's all alone. He's in the clutch, and he's not gonna do it. Floric will tie the game at 11 apiece.
For the umpteenth time, it is tied up. 11-11 now. A team-wide ace for Fisher Navy. Everybody got a piece. Ripping them to shreds. They need to do just a bit more. They want no part of a grand final game 3. They want to do it in 2.
Right here.
I don't blame them, because the more the Spartans get, the scarier they become. But that op that has now been in the possession of Fisher Navy for the past 3 rounds now have led them to victory.
Right here.
It's just been such a frustrating thing to deal with in mid, and it's not as if it's been the only thing that's been a problem. It's just been a knacking side of SJSU, and Paint showing that this is main issue number 1 with that opening frag, adjusting over towards B instead of playing mid where he's been for the majority of this game. Still, SJSU really looking to commit based on the amount of players that are there, all 4 of the remaining. Spartans ready to walk out to B as soon as they get elbow and they walk through mid.
Okay. B site looks to be all the attention. But Paint once again with that op. Get that out of his hands, man. He's absolutely a monster with it. McKay dashes in and grabs 2, but the Hunter's Fury from the big game hunter, Kahim, manages to get it done.
Well, that's one way to bring it back. John Hamm spiked down. Kahim far back, playing for the post plant, and Cade just not particularly committed. He's found an op.
One enemy
Be
remaining.
enjoying
Oh
that.
my
Kahim
God.
long range on the Vandal, and this is all but over. Up to just Lear, who's taken out. 12 rounds for San Jose State University.
Oh my God. Vincent. They don't want to lose. They crave that first place. They crave that trophy. They are 1 round away from sending them to a game 3 to where it can happen as Fisher Navy. They got to catch up. They need this to win for the overtime. The op is still available in their hands.
I don't think Fisher Navy have really been in this spot throughout this tournament.
Yeah.
New position for them. The dimensional drift with the grab of the orb allows Khan entry. Cade goes down elsewhere. The push through mid, successful for Fisher Navy. It's Tuzi Lurking towards that.
Oh!
Oh my goodness, the shot from Yuri is so swift on 2 HP.
Got
And
it off.
without the neural
No!
theft, though he goes down, neural
Okay.
theft will still be activated, will still be giving the information
my
to
God.
Kahim, who
Spike down
traded out
B.
by Chloric. 2-on-3. SJSU still not a confirmation. Paint is on the flank, and he's got the support of his KO
knows.
right behind him. Knowledge of both of these players
enemy
left in
remaining.
there. Paint delivers. It's Khan. He's got to do it once again. How many times has he been required to clutch? They double swing, and the Blade Storm will send it to overtime.
Oh boy, oh boy. It was rough.
Switching sides.
Fisher Navy.
Overtime.
And managed to get it done. Couldn't close it out on regular round timing, so they have to do it in the overtime where everything is so much more tense. Can they not crack under pressure? What kind of glass are you? Are you tempered? Are you bulletproof?
Absolutely insane for Fisher to bring this back, to get back into position. And SJSU, they only had a couple of chances to close it out back in the upper final when Fisher making their way into triple overtime and finding success. And they do it once again. Straight towards B. Fisher, they're calling the shots and they're making a play. Aggressive out to the side, but that's Yuri with the camera, able to get a tag, and he's still got it up. It's not gone down.
Oh my
Khan
God.
able to escape with
Okay.
his life as well.
Spike planted.
Okay. The Spartans got to get back onto this B site. It is heavily fortified. That shock dart, though, really good con. Tuzi pops out, takes one down,
Last player standing.
gets done up, put in the bin. 2v1. They double swing on him. The defuse is theirs. The Spartans ever so closer. I can feel Adam putting their merch into his cart right now. Trying to get it done. Defender win.
They're there. They've made
Switching
the
sides.
moves, and SJSU
Match
get
point.
another opportunity in order to close this map out, to push us to Lotus. That would be the key.
Yeah.
Keeping it alive.
We never got to see it yesterday either.
No.
So it's all new info.
I'll tell you what, I'm in the mood for Lotus.
Yeah. Okay, overtime match point here. Spartans need to get it done.
SJSU, they're about to pull the same exact strategy that Fisher attempted to do, though, with the Yoru. A lot more effective, potentially. He's going to go out, fake, but come on, still falls.
Oh my God. Running through the gates.
Kahim!
Busting down the doors.
Take flight.
There's a plant. 3v3. Chloric with a lot of info gained.
Kahim, what an incredible mid-round player he's been for this team. But Chloric, he's taken him out. The mid-round is over. It's the post-play, and it's the end of days here for SJSU.
These Sova players, man, I'm telling you. Keeping their team alive. Time after time after time. Fisher Navy, they want to keep this overtime going.
Got to pick up the pace, though.
Yeah.
Time starting to tick away.
Cage triggered.
There's the defuse going. Daring Yuri to push it in. Tapping out, stepping out, getting shut down. John Hamm has to step up huge, and he cannot do it. Another round. Defenders win.
OT number 2, and the push
Switching
out
sides.
towards B fast.
Overtime.
Doesn't work for either the Falcons nor the Spartans. Nobody stands successful on that side of the map.
All right, there's a big dare coming out by the Spartans. Kate got his hands on the op. If you got the money, you might as well spend it. You might as well use it.
Of course, in the overtime, gotta make some concessions in order to do that.
Yep.
Without the shields, a lot more to be played with here. Fisher going back to this B site. They are gonna leave Lear holding back towards mid, but the push, it's there. Absolutely moving forward. Paint is not going to get the first. Neptune does, but Paint will deliver in the second. And with Lear catching Kahim on rotation, this is all but over.
Okay, last two alive, 2v5. How clutch can you get? Khan, we know you're good for it, but that wall, not the safest to be around. Cade, the two remaining pillars of the Spartans.
One
With their
enemy
spears
remaining.
up, Neptune gets one, goes for the second, and that's not gonna be it. Fisher Navy putting themselves ever so
Switching sides.
closer to
Match
total
point.
victory.
Fisher with their first opportunity to find the closure for this whole series, for the grand final. Bad news is for SJSU, Fisher winning this map doesn't just mean map 3, it means it's game over.
Absolutely. Here, final hurdle. Is the course for Fisher true? Or does the Spartans have anything to say about that as paint? Trying to etch that in stone, ensuring their victory.
And surprise to everybody, the A site does indeed exist in this overtime, and Paint served up a free shot with a flash to perfection. It's still going to be an A hit though. Paint needs to hit the shot, and he does, with Neptune doing the same. It might be over.
One
This
enemy
could be
remaining.
it for SJSU, and it seems that Fisher is here to stay. Yuri with a 1v5. He's got two to contend with, and he doesn't have
Defenders
time.
win.
It's Fisher Navy, the Falcons, that take victory, the grand finals in 2 over SJSU.
It's done. It's over with. No map 3, no Lotus. 2 series in a row between these behemoths of teams.
Yeah.
Same maps. They wanted the run back. They wanted the challenge. They couldn't get it done. But congratulations to Fisher Navy for winning it all. Constellations to the Spartans for getting all the way here to the grand finals after almost not even being able to get to the tournament. Absolutely insane. Vincent, man, it's been incredible.
It sure has. We've seen some incredible gameplay. What an incredible story from this SJSU squad. Fisher running their way down the gauntlet in that upper bracket and finding so much success and taking the lion's share of that prize pool, $2,500 that they get to walk away with. I think it's $1,250 if I'm not mistaken for SJSU, as I've been told, yes, by Adam. Good news is it's not quite over. Gameplay is, but we still get to have a conversation with one of these Fisher players. I'm being told probably Clark, but we're going to take a short break, and
Okay.
then we're going to jump right back in with that interview. See you in a sec. Well, hello and welcome back. I am now joined by Cloric for Fisher Navy. First of all, congratulations on the win. Massive run through the upper bracket there. Kind of just talk to me first and foremost about what this means to you guys, what you guys were looking for out of this tournament, and how you guys got here.
I mean, it's a big win. We've been looking forward to this for quite a while now since the qualifier was so far back. And we came in expecting to win, and we proved it. And we came here and took the whole tournament.
You absolutely did. So diving deep into the weeds, I think first I have to touch on Bind. You guys in the upper final game, you guys played the Chamber, and I mean it was okay, like it was fine, I would say. But it got very close. Triple overtime was required in that one. But coming into the finals, running it back, same maps, but you guys swap up over onto a Cypher. What was the thought process behind that? And you had to swap some roles as well in order to do that. Is that a big deal for you guys? And what made you think that that was the right swap?
So this morning I was like, they run double duelist. I'm pretty sure Cypher can just easily counter it. I'm learning Viper right now, so I'm like, let's get here a little bit early. We have an hour of server time. Went over, did some Viper stuff with the team, some Cypher stuff, and we just came out and proved that we were better with it.
I mean, hey, nobody could argue with that one. With the swaps though, does that ever like create any difficulties trying to make those adjustments, especially mid tournament? Can be hard. Did you guys run into any issues there?
So most of our team is pretty flexible. We have two like flex players that can play like almost any agent in the game, and then Tuzi also plays like Viper, Brimstone, Omen, so he's able to flex to other smoke characters. So it honestly worked out pretty well for the team.
True. You don't always see like your controller player playing the Viper very often, to be fair. Okay, let's talk about Breeze, because it was looking pretty good, and then it wasn't looking so good. A bunch of map points there for SJSU. You specifically had some heartbreakers. Able to get all the kills, but not enough time on that defuse. And on the other side, SJSU, they were incredibly clutch themselves, finding so much success there. What did you guys notice about that? Where did that kind of put you guys in the latter half of the game where they had gained back the lead, and how would you just stay strong in order to push it into overtime?
Honestly, I think we had a huge timeout. Like, shout out Momiji. He's not usually our coach, but he was coaching us here. I gave him like, if we lose this many rounds, can you call a timeout? He called a timeout for us, and then like we all talked about what was going wrong, and we flipped it, and then we just started winning every round into OT.
Absolutely. Okay, well, with that, I think we have something very special. We have there we go. Beautiful.
Nice.
Fantastic. I'm going to hand this to you.
Let's go.
Congratulations. Absolutely humongous win for you and the squad. Before we say goodbye, any shout outs? Anybody you want to say hello to?
I just want to shout out my mom, all my family watching, my girlfriend, and especially Fisher and my team. Thank you guys for putting on the amazing event also. And yeah, that's all.
All right. Well, you heard it here. That is all from the Samsung SSD Dreamhack Invitational at College Val Hub and in ECC. Thank you so much for watching. It's been a pleasure. We'll see you next time. Have a good one.